Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, because it was muted earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start this. I'd like to call this May 21st meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education to order. Superintendent, if you can call roll.
Yes. Board Member Clark?
Here.
Board Member Reed?
Here.
Board Member Hoover?
Here.
Board Member Ranking?
Here.
Board Member Short?
Here.
And Student Member Nisnik?
Here.
Awesome. Mr. Wilson, would you be so kind as to lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. Please stand. Face the flag and begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to read a brief statement. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The governor has declared a state of emergency to exist in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. The governor issued Executive Order N 2520, which directs Californians to follow public health directions, including canceling large gatherings. The executive order also allows local legislative bodies to hold meetings via conference calls while still satisfying state transparency requirements. The governor has also issued Executive Order N 3320, prohibiting people from leaving their homes or places of residence except to access necessary supplies and services or to engage in specified critical infrastructure employment. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N 2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, Folsom Cordova Unified School District board members will be conducting open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will be also live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The public health and well-being are a top priority for the Board of Trustees of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and you are urged to take all appropriate health safety precautions. We thank you for joining us for our Zoom board meeting, and hopefully this will be over soon. All right. With that being said, reporting out closed session.
Yes, the board did give staff direction on extending the timeline for the closure of the Granite Center up until June 2021, and the board approved that with a 5-0 unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. Item 6, special presentation. I have to find some Kleenex. Superintendent.
Oh, I need Kleenex too. It is an honor to be able to thank our student board member, Scarlett Nisnik, who has been our student advisory member to the board for this past year. I'm going to hold up this certificate, framed certificate. I know you can't read it. I'm going to read it out loud. It's a certificate of appreciation. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education presents this certificate to Scarlett Nisnik, student board member 2019-20, for outstanding service to the Board of Education, the Student Advisory Board, and the students of the district, and it's signed by myself and President Chris Clark. And it's on behalf of all of our board and our district. And Scarlett, you have done an amazing job. You have taken the initiative so many times, whether I asked or whether you knew there was something on the agenda that needed student voice. And really, Scarlett, you've done an amazing job bringing student voice to the table and allowing myself and my team to come and do listening circles with Student Advisory Board. But you have just done an incredible job. You've got big shoes to fill with whoever takes your place next year. But on behalf of myself, my team, I want to thank you and congratulations for a job well done.
Yay. Comments from the board? Mr. Reed?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Scarlett, I just want to thank you. I know it's been an odd year, but I have to tell you, you're very conscientious, very thoughtful in analysis. Uh, you're articulate. I personally wish I was as articulate as you are. It's something that I've been working on, and I will probably continue to work on for the next 40 years. But you are amazing in that respect. Also, I have to tell you, I'm particularly impressed with the fact that you don't always align your vote with the majority of the board members. I like the fact that you speak out on behalf of the students, share your thoughts, even if it's not something that necessarily aligns with the board. And I think that's important because the student board member is there to represent the students, and having you do that in such an articulate and thoughtful manner, I personally very much appreciate it. And all I'll say is I know you're going to do amazing at whatever you decide to do in your life, career-wise. And thank you very much for serving in this capacity in the current school year.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other board comments?
I'll say a quick comment, Mr.
Mr. Hoover?
Yeah, Scarlett, it's been so great having you, and I wish that we could have, had a little bit more normal of a time together. But I really want to wish you the best, and it's been really cool to see you in this context at on the school board. And I've gotten to see you a little bit at the Capitol, lobbying for different pieces of legislation. And I just know that whatever you decide to do, you're going to be great at it. And please let me know if I can ever be of help in your career or anything like that. You've really shown what a fantastic student and representative you are for the students. So I just want to wish you the best.
Right.
Yeah, hey, Scarlett, also want to thank you for all what you've done for the district and the students here. Just like everybody else said, ditto, that you're very articulate, and like I said, you're going to go out there and have a very successful life because of the leadership that you have proven to everyone. So I think I want to wish you all the best, and thank you for so much for all the contributions you have done for the district. I wish you the best. Thank you.
Right.
Ms.
Ranking?
Yes, Scarlett, you have definitely raised the bar on this job. You have really stepped up and shown some strong leadership skills. And I know that you are going to be a success wherever you go. And do make a point of checking in with us and letting us know how you're doing. We all want to follow what happens to you because good things are going to come. So thank you.
All right. And then closing, Scarlett, I just want to echo what Mr. Hoover said. If there's anything, and I think I probably speak on behalf of the board, if there's anything that we can do for you and furthering your career, reach out to us, keep in touch with us. I admire you. I missed a fist bump, so you got one right there. But you know what? You've been so active with the board, and you weren't afraid to get in and, chime in on our discussions and speak your mind. So I know that moving forward in life and you further your education, you're going to get out there, you're going to slay it, girl. And we're just so proud of you. So on behalf of my wife and I, we do have a token of appreciation. I will drop that off at the district office for you probably tomorrow. And you can just make arrangements with Sarah to swing by and pick that up. And I also look forward to seeing you next Thursday night, driving through, girl. So thank you for all you've done. And with that, did you have any closing comments?
Yes, I absolutely do. Wow, thank you so much for what you were all saying. I can't take compliments very well, so I'm blushing right now. But this year has flown by completely, and I'm so beyond grateful for this opportunity. I've learned so much from just watching you all talk to how you deal with tough situations. And when I'm older, I do want to go into politics. So I feel like this has been a huge lesson for me in knowing what to do, how to carry myself, and how to fight for what I believe in. SAB president is something that I really wanted to do since I was in middle school, but I didn't know exactly the student board member position of that. So when I was introduced to the second role that SAB president does, I was really excited about it, and nervous, intimidated that I was going to be in these rooms. The first meeting I went to, I think that the Cordova marching band was there, and the room was completely full. And I was like, oh my goodness, what did I just walk into? But this year's been wonderful. I've learned a lot, and I'm so beyond grateful. I can't stress it enough. So thank you to all of you, and I will keep in touch, and I will tell you how I'm doing.
Thank you so much. All right. Adoption of agenda.
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Short, second by Ms. Ranking. Superintendent?
Sorry, I was on mute. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Student Member Nisting.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. We'll move into item 8, public participation. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows, you took my screen off, I was reading. The law allows public to address the board in any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. All right, let's go.
Mr. Clark, are you starting with the written comments or
Yes.
the comments from, okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Clark and board members. I have written comments that have been submitted. I'm going to read those out loud right now. The first written comment is submitted by Ty Shepard, a parent. Will there be grades for students when school starts? If it is still unknown, what is the timeline for when this decision will be made? How will the decision be made? Who will make it? The next comment was submitted with no name. My first grader continues to struggle with distance learning. She needs daily live virtual reading lessons. She's only getting 30 minutes a week. The younger kids, TK, K, 1, 2, are not as equipped as older children to learn virtually. Social emotional learning is impossible right now. My 3-year-old needs in-person speech therapy. I've noticed on Folsom chat, parents need their kids to learn in school. Many are anxious about the fall. Please help. The next comment was submitted by Matt Medlin. What is being done for the special needs population at this time for the next school year? Our most vulnerable populations are being left out and are suffering in their communication abilities and learning. My son is 7 years old and has autism. He gets about 20 minutes a day, 4 times a week, of music and word games that we can't understand because the teacher's microphone and video are terrible. My son is regressing severely into his autism and needs help. Where is FAPE? When schools open next year, they must be opened first to the most vulnerable, the special needs community. The next comment's been submitted with no name. When will Folsom High School get a girls lacrosse team? There are many excellent players transferring to other schools because Folsom does not have a team. The ones who stay have nowhere to play. You are denying opportunities to many kids who have dedicated themselves to the sport. With the influx of kids from the new boundaries, why are you not creating this needed program? If it's a money issue, couldn't you get volunteer coaches? I know many parents and educators who would be willing to volunteer until a paid coach can be hired. The next comment was submitted by Sharia, no last name. Please explain the process for students who are receiving a no credit to be allowed, as per the MOU, to be given the chance to earn a credit mark. The next comment submitted with no name. My child is taking health this summer due to an impacted schedule. The current grading policy expires at the end of June. What is the grading policy for summer school? If it's going to be a pass-fail again, please tell me who to contact to pull him from this class. The next comment submitted with no name. Please let us know when the board will finalize the plan for the grading policy for the upcoming school year if we resort to distance learning once again. Many parents need to make different arrangements for the upcoming year if that is the case. We don't want to find out 2 weeks prior to the end of the semester. The next comment submitted with no name. If we have distance learning again, please have a set class schedule. I have a teacher that holds Zoom calls at 5 p.m. and another that gives homework in the evening, which is due that night. Why isn't homework assigned in the morning? And then the last public comment submitted by Amy Wallace. I would like to publicly thank my daughter's 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Valerie Lanich, who teaches at Riverview STEM Academy, for the excellent teaching she is doing during distance learning. Mrs. Lanich holds daily conference for 2 hours, is in constant contact with myself and I assume other parents. Expectations have been kept high with Mrs. Lanich, encouraging students to try again until mastery. I appreciate the time, the teaching, and the caring that Mrs. Lanich has shown during this time. And Mr. Clark, that is the end of the submitted comments, written comments for public participation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, I do understand that we have verbal comments, correct?
Correct, Mr. Clark. At this moment, we have one raised hand. Mr. Matt.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. My name is Matt Medlin, and one of my comments was read, and I would just like to extrapolate on that. My son, Lucas, is 7 years old, and he's a nonverbal student that goes to Russell Ranch. And so my biggest concern is what is being done for those special needs populations. And the reason I said in my comment that schools should be open to the special needs population first is because a lot of them can't speak. At least other students have the ability to speak, but with these children, when they're not in a structured setting, not only do they lose their abilities, but if they're autistic, they regress deeply into their autism. And right now, my son is having increased stimming, reduced ability to use even the rudimentary language that he has. He has had increased self-injurious behaviors, which is where they hit themselves. He has been withdrawing socially and emotionally. And I don't feel that during this time of the closing, enough has been done to serve these populations, because a 20-minute Zoom meeting 3 or 4 times a week with a teacher, she's a great teacher, love her to death, but the microphone's terrible, the video quality is terrible, and to be quite honest, autistic children, they don't necessarily understand that what you're seeing on that screen is a real person and that there's an interaction that is to be expected. So I really think that we need to lean strongly, very strongly, towards supporting these special needs communities, because regular kids may be inconvenienced by Zoom. They may struggle with the social interactions of Zoom, but when it comes to the special needs children and not having that structure, they become not inconvenienced, they become more disabled. And it's a horrifying, horrifying thing for a parent to watch. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was it, Mr. Clark.
That was it.
Yes.
No more hands, huh?
Not at the moment.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let's see. We are at the report of district organizations. Let's go. Student Advisory Board. Scarlett, your last comments.
My last comment is short today. We have our talent show that will be posted on the district website, hopefully on Monday. We are going to have 3 winners for that, and they're going to get the first place winner $100 and another $100 donation to the charity of their choice, and we're doing that because of everything going on. And we are getting our new SAB president / student board member tomorrow, as tomorrow is our last SAB meeting, so that will happen tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Is that going to be a Zoom meeting, that SAB?
Yes. Would you like the details for that?
Yeah, if you can send me the link, that'd be great. I'll try to jump in.
All right, I will send you the link.
Thank you. All right, PTA Council.
That shouldn't have been on the agenda. We've had that off for a while. So.
Yeah. I was wondering, do we have one?
I apologize. That was my error.
No worries. All right. California School Employees Association. Anyone? We'll move on to Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. I'm kind of starting the same way I did last time. My heart is really heavy with some of the comments that have been made publicly about our teachers. And it is just such a difficult time. Obviously, we've been faced with extraordinary circumstances, and I think our teachers have responded by dedicating themselves 200% to their students and providing the best education that they possibly can. Yet there are still comments that are being made against them, and it's hurtful, it's challenging, and I'd really ask for the board's support as you see these things, if you could speak out and be an advocate for our teachers as well. I don't want to dwell on it, but I really had to bring it up again. It's been weighing on me this week. That's not the only challenge we've faced. We got the May revise earlier this week, and that was certainly bleak at best. We'll always need to work together, and as never before, we have to work to maintain quality education for our students. We have to examine every program and every open position to decide what can effectively be cut. And we need to look at all areas that do not directly touch our students. I should have done this before the meeting, but I will be sending you some information. The other thing we need to do is look for federal assistance as well for our schools. And I'll be sending the board some information on ways that we can reach out to our Congress people, both by phone and email, to ask for that assistance. I know the road ahead is going to be difficult, but I also know that we're all committed to working together to find viable solutions that will be the best for all of the students in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, I did find Mr. Thomas, so I'm not sure if he has anything to report out on CSEA.
Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Collegian. First off, I wanted to thank Scarlett for the service to our district that she's given. You've been an impressive and thoughtful representative for the student body, and we all wish you great success. Secondly, we're all aware of the fiscal challenges ahead, and I just want to make sure you know your classified employees are here to support the creative solutions that we will develop together to meet our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Collegian. I have a brief just update on FCLA, our Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. First of all, Scarlett, I want to thank you for your year of service and many years prior to that in leadership. I know you're going to continue to do really well, and it's been wonderful to be a part of this group together with your presence representing students and speaking from their thoughts, giving them voice and advocating. So I appreciate you very much. And I know that the leaders do too in our district. I also want to quickly say that we are working on a plan to honor our retirees amongst the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. We have several, and we are going to miss them. They have many years of service in our district and have contributed to so many wonderful things that we're proud of. And we were trying to identify a way to honor and show them our love. And lastly, we had elections last week, as I had mentioned in a previous board meeting. And I would like to announce that our next year's president will be Jonathan Johnson. Our president-elect will be Lori Emmington. Our vice president will be Amy Strawn. Our treasurer will be Dana Kerrigan. Our secretary will be Alicia Cadell. And our meeting confirmed team will be Christy Blanford, Sarah Parenzen, and Carrie Phillips. And I will continue as past president or move to past president. And we have several members of our leadership who are taking leadership as chairs and committees. And that's my report for Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. And if it's okay, I will continue with the DLAC. we have been working on trying to bring together in a format, and it's probably more of a testament to the fact that our parents are experiencing what our students are experiencing. So we're having connectivity issues with them, and so we're trying to really think outside of the box, and then in the coming days to reach out to our English learner parents and identify what are some of the challenges and what are some of the hopes that they're looking forward to in the fall and get their voice. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move into agenda consent.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the consent agenda with the exception of F and H.
I will second that.
All right. Moved by Board Member Reed, second by Mr. Short. All those in favor? Or Superintendent, I'm sorry. Keep forgetting the Zoom thing.
Board Member Clark? Is that an aye?
Aye.
Board Member Short?
Aye.
Board Member Reed?
Aye.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
Aye.
Student Member Nitzig?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Mr. Reed, did you want to elaborate on those two, F and G?
Yeah, I just had a couple quick questions for Rhonda on them. On F, I was just curious, you listed a number of additional costs and some savings as a result of the pandemic that we've been experiencing. And I was just curious, has there been any utility savings? I see savings for salaries for like substitute teachers and supplies, but I was curious if there has been any savings for utility.
We expect there will be quite a bit of savings from utilities. With the cutoff of third interim being in April, we didn't have actual invoices to actually know what that amounts to. We will be estimating it over the next couple of months, and we will be incorporating that into when we close the books in September. And if we can get a better idea before we bring adopted budget to the board in June, we will also have some updated estimates for you then.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And then on H, I was just like to know a little bit more about what the car purchase for the fleet is about. I mean, so that I take it by this agenda item that we purchase automobiles in addition to the buses. But I was curious, how many autos do we maintain and for what purposes?
That item is related to what we call our white fleet. That is all of our maintenance vehicles and transportation mechanic vehicles outside of buses. We currently, off the top of my head, I'm not sure how many total non-bus vehicles that we have. What we do is we try to replace 2 to 3 vans and or trucks each year. We currently have right now, just in terms of our vans, we have quite a few that are 15 to 20 years old, and they have over 250,000 miles on them. So what we find is after a certain amount of time, we can't find replacement parts. Things go so bad that it's just not worth it to repair. So at that point, that's where we will usually salvage them, and then we will purchase new vehicles for our maintenance and operations employees.
Okay, all right, no, that makes sense. The agenda item, the way it was worded, I thought we were buying passenger cars for some reason. But,
no.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification. So with that clarification, I would move the board also adopt or approve items F and H.
I'll second that. And I just have one question though. You know, we were talking about I noticed the decrease in revenues from the facilities. With things back opening up, would there be a possibility of opening up our outdoor facilities and some of the facilities under the CDC or the county's regulations to start renting out some of our facilities to increase those revenues again?
I think we'll look at that as we revisit the orders from our Sac County Public Health as far as opening up our facilities, as we have a timeline for opening up our schools too.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Reed, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Yes. Board Member Clark? Board Member Short?
Yes.
Board Member Reed?
Aye.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
Yes.
And Board Member Nisnik? Student Member Nisnik?
Hi, sorry, I'm having connection troubles.
Okay. Motion carries.
All right. With that being said, we are going to close open session and open public hearing. Draft maps and the proposed sequence of elections.
Maps, and through the public hearing process and board feedback, came up with National Demographics Corporation to review the draft maps that we reviewed, and then also the fifth map that came about as the discussion occurred at the last public hearing. Mr. Levitt, welcome.
Thank you. Board President Clark and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. I just will kind of start with a brief reminder, an overview of our outline for the meeting tonight. I will be doing a short presentation on the draft maps, kind of bringing everything up to date. Following this presentation, there'll be an opportunity for questions from the board, followed by a public hearing where members of the public are invited to speak for up to 3 minutes. We also continue to welcome comments submitted in writing or by email to the district as well, where you can leave as much feedback as you want on any of the maps in the process. After this, if there is any need for me to respond or comment on any of the public comments, I can do so. And then this will open up into board discussion. Each trustee will have an opportunity to share their own thoughts on the draft maps. Our goal tonight is to continue narrowing down the number of maps, hopefully with the end result, not tonight, we're not adopting a map tonight, but hopefully we will be prepared to adopt a map at our next public hearing on June 4th. And so I can walk more through that. I can answer questions about that later on as we go through the presentation. Just a brief reminder on the factors that we consider when drawing trustee areas. Each of the maps you'll see tonight, each trustee area has equal population. This means that they have about the same number of residents according to the 2010 census as the 4 other trustee areas. This does include everyone, so it includes non-citizens as well as non-voters. This just includes all population counted in that 2010 census count. We also look at the requirements of the Federal Voting Rights Act. While race cannot be the only or even the predominant factor, it may be one of many factors that you consider as part of the process, particularly in conjunction with or as part of your analysis of communities of interest. What sort of neighborhoods, areas with shared history, shared problems, shared concerns, even shared overlapping political subdivisions, parts that are in the same city or share same kind of roads. All of these really go into the more these communities of interest factors that we consider. We also consider the shape of the district, compactness and contiguity and visible boundaries, all getting at, is this boundary recognizable to people who are looking at it on a map, for voters to understand which trustee area they would live in. Respecting the voters' wishes is the criteria that, or is the principle that districting should not be used as a way of targeting a particular board member. As you will note in all of the maps that we have to show you, each board member resides in a separate trustee area. And then lastly, we grade this one out. Just as a reminder, we're taking the census this year, and those census numbers are going to come back next year with a new set of numbers, which will make us look at the map again, look at where population has grown and changed over the last 10 years. And then we can start thinking about also taking into account future growth that's been planned for 2020 through 2030. I want to emphasize at this point, we're not looking at that criteria. We're not making a guess about growth in the last 10 years. We're not guessing about where future growth would be. We're using the 2010 census counts for this process. While this means that when we look at it next time, the numbers may be a little out of sync with that equal population requirement, it means that we will have a longer and hopefully in-person opportunity to discuss the maps, looking at the redistricting next year in 2021. To give you a little bit of an overview of the process, we started with 4 draft maps presented at our last board meeting. On May 7th, the board selected 2 focus maps, draft 1 and 2, as non-binding focus maps. And there was a request for a new map, map 5, that would combine elements of drafts 1 and 2. In addition to the maps we have in the presentation here, I also want to point out we have them available on the website to view through an online viewer. That allows you to search for addresses, zoom in, turn layers on and off, and really compare the maps in a lot more detail, which we might be using as we move through tonight's hearing. We might switch over to the web viewer to view some of the maps. So just to kind of briefly touch on the maps as we had from last time, NDC drafts 1 and 2 were the 2 focus maps that the board considered. Both of these maps have 2 areas in Folsom and 2 areas entirely in the Rancho Cordova Mather area. In this map, areas 1 and 3 are in Folsom. And here we've looked at implementing kind of the board's request to keep some of the schools together in Folsom proper, particularly the communities of interest in those elementary schools just north of Highway 50, as well as the elementary, 2 or 3 elementary schools on the very eastern end of Folsom as well. NDC draft 2 does something very similar with respect to 2 and 2 areas in Folsom, 2 areas in Rancho Cordova. Here, the high school attendance areas in Folsom came more into play, with Vista del Lago and Folsom High kind of being the boundary line in many ways between areas 1 and 2 to the best that we could align it to those census block divisions. But I do want to talk a little bit more about draft 5, our new draft, to introduce it to you. This is a combination, a blend of what we, of maps 1 and 2 in line with the board's request. We've actually kept the boundaries in Folsom, areas 1, 3, and 2 in the city of Folsom, identical to the boundaries in map 1. We heard very strongly that the board preferred that alignment in the Folsom area, and so we've maintained it in this map. In the Rancho Cordova area, a couple of things that we've done is really taking into consideration Board Member Short's comments about following sunrise. And so the eastern boundary of Area 5 now aligns with Sunrise. As far north as all of the populated parts or all of the housing areas of the south end of Rancho Cordova and Mather Air Force Base, or the former Mather Air Force Base. One of the things that we were able to do in this map then was simply to use Zinfandel Drive as a clear division line between Area 2 and areas 4 and 5 as well. And so that boundary between Area 2 and Area 4, that's Zinfandel Drive all the way from Highway 50 to the city border, where it bleeds in, where the district ends in the north end of Rancho Cordova. While there isn't quite enough population south of Folsom to create an entire district in Rancho Cordova, what we were able to do is just cross Folsom and take those blocks that are kind of just on the other side of Folsom Boulevard. A lot of that housing fronts Folsom Boulevard, and that's kind of where we saw that natural sort of community of interest in that neighborhood. Like the previous maps, this has an area, area 5, that is very heavily non-white, 48% non-white, including 15% Latino population, 17% Asian population, and 15% African American population in Area 5. Area 2 in this map, as in Draft 1, also has a substantial Asian population. Asians make up about 20% of the population by eligible voters in Area 2. And Area 4 also has a sizable Latino and African American population as well. This new map, I think, really responds to what we heard, and we were able to kind of combine the different requests in one new draft map, which we have for you tonight. So moving from the presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions, happy to talk about any of the details of the maps. We have them available both in the web viewer and in the presentation if you'd like to discuss them more. Afterwards, after any questions, we invite you to open the public hearing so that the public can comment before turning back to the board discussion tonight. So I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions and discussion tonight.
All right, thank you, Justin. I did have a question on map number 5. You referenced the Hispanic and the African American population, and you said it was sizable. Is there a percentage that we need to look at? I mean, do you have a percentage of African American and Hispanic population there, or is it you just say sizable? That could be anything.
I'm just pulling up the exact numbers. Area 4, so in draft 5, area 4 is 15% Latino and 7% African American.
Okay.
Area 5 is 15% Latino, 15% African American, and 17% Asian American.
Okay, and that's on the new map, right?
That's the new map, yes.
Okay, all right. Any questions from the board?
I do.
Ms. Ranking.
Thank you. Looking at the version 5 compared to 1, does map 5 reduce the possibility that the seat could go to a Rancho Cordova resident? It looks like it would be more weighted to always go to Folsom.
So that actually is the case. So I would say compared to maps 1 and 2, there's this same percentage in Rancho Cordova in the crossover district in all 3 maps. So I'm just pulling my screen back up here again.
I just thought taking Navigator out of the first map and moving it to 5, I thought you were taking a significant area, Rancho Cordova area, out of it would reduce the possibility in map 1 that someone from Rancho Cordova could. Yeah.
I know it looks bigger on map 1 than it does on map 5, but it's actually the same number of people. Now, I know that there has been more, I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't want to get into numbers that we're guessing on growth, but I would say that, in terms of the 2010 census counts, we have the same number of people in Rancho Cordova in area 2 in maps 1 and 5.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm referring to map 2 and 5. I keep saying 1, it's 2 and 5. You were following me.
Well,
right.
Yeah, I mean, in map 2, it'll be area 3, the crossover district. And so that has the same number of people in Rancho Cordova approximately as draft 5 does. It's a very densely populated part of Rancho Cordova right there, particularly north of Folsom, between Folsom and Zinfandel. It's a very, very densely populated neighborhood.
Can I comment, Mr. President?
Mr. Short.
Yeah, just to go along with Joanne's thoughts, when I started looking at this, just this what in mind. I know we don't want to talk about future growth, but existing growth since the last census, when you drive up on area 2, up on that mountainside, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, the last 10 years, there's been a lot of growth on that mountainside. When I looked at the present population, you're probably talking from 5,000 to 8,000 people, maybe 5,000 at least minimum, in these areas in Area 2 that are actually there. So when you look at and I know we can't look at that, but we just driving up there, you know that's happened in the last 10 years. And then you look at Area 2 on the graph, it's on the differentials of minus 664. In reality, Joanne, there's probably going to be a lot more people there next year. This thing is going to balance out.
So it's going to balance out for the next election. When we look
or
at
even
it.
more. You're going to have a lot of people in that area too. Number 5. That's all I'm saying. Just 12 months from now.
Any other questions from board members before we take it to the public?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I think I might have figured out what Mr. Levitt was referencing when he was giving the Hispanic, Black, White, and Asian populations in the districts. For District 5, he had referenced in Map 5, he had referenced 15% and 15% for both Hispanic and Black. But that's not what I was seeing on the chart. But I think he was referencing, and correct me if I'm wrong, he was referencing the citizen voting age population rather than the total population of the district, because what I'm seeing as the total population of the district in District 5 would be 21% Hispanic and 13% Black. So did I understand that correct, Mr. Levitt?
That is correct. For the Voting Rights Act, we use the citizen voting age population counts. The courts call that the eligible voting population. And they're very, courts have been worried about the possibility that you could draw a district based on total population that would not be effective or could not be effective if you just looked at potential eligible voters. And so they ask us to use the citizen voting age population, the population over 18 with citizenship for that measure.
Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other board questions? Great. Like to take it out to the public. Any public comment?
Oh, there we are. Hi. Yes, we do have some written comments. The first written comment is from Scott Rafferty. Dear trustees, I spoke to several Latino leaders following our last meeting. All were generally pleased with maps 1 and 2 and pleased to hear that the board appeared favorably disposed to them. There was a question as to which maps was most favorable to the Armenian community and other nationalities with refugee populations. The available data are imprecise, so the district's own studies and information from its adult education program may be more probative. About 1% of the district's population claim Armenian ancestry, and another 3.5% are Russian, Ukrainian, or Romanian. Between 73 and 80% of each population lives in Rancho Cordova, Mather, and nearby unincorporated areas. Another 3.5% come from other Eastern European nations, but more than 75% of them live in Folsom. 1% are Iranian, 3/4 of whom also live in Folsom. Based on census data, it appears that Armenians, Russians, and Ukrainians are spread across both sides of Folsom Boulevard in Rancho Cordova. The Armenians are less concentrated near Folsom Boulevard, which may reflect higher economic status. None of these populations can be concentrated in a single trustee area, but all are concentrated within the 2 Rancho Cordova areas. The data are not reported below tract level and have significant sampling error. Ancestry data were collected in the 2018 American Community Survey, but detailed language data has not been collected since 2015. Recognizing these limitations, Secretary of State Padilla commissioned the census to perform a special tabulation based on the map precincts used in the 2016 general election. The Sacramento County Registrar generously made these data available. It includes only speakers with limited English proficiency. District-wide Folsom Cordova is remarkable and that more than 1/3 of adults with limited English speak neither Spanish nor an Asian language. Most of them are Russian, Ukrainian, Armenian, or Iranian, all of which are considered European nationalities and non-Asian Indo-European languages. Limited English proficiency is clearly concentrated in Rancho Cordova. The census reports 359 Armenians in Folsom, but appears to claim that none speak Armenian, which seems improbable. None of these groups are protected by the Federal Voting Rights Act, but this is probably a historical accident. When language groups were defined in 1975, there had been little immigration from Eastern Bloc countries since World War II. The Armenian population was 1/3 its current total, and most have been in the United States for more than 50 years. Election Code Section 14202 allows the Secretary of State to designate additional languages for ballot translations, as he has done for Armenian. Generally, this analysis supports maps 1, 2, and 5, which define 2 districts in Rancho Cordova and Mather. By contrast, maps 3 and 4 combine significant parts of Rancho Cordova with parts of Folsom that are neither geographically proximate or demographically similar. District 1 in map 4 is barely contiguous since it combines parts of Folsom east and west of the prison. Thank you for completing this process. My clients restate their preference for 1, 2, or 5.
Thank you, Mr. Rafferty.
Okay. The next comment was submitted by, one moment, please, LJ Laurent. Naturally, I prefer number 5 because we need to segregate the south of 50 city from the get-go. It is quite possible Folsom's increasingly dense Folsom Plan area might never materialize due to city refusing to respect the written opinions of SWRCB, Water Board's Water Rights Division of Engineers. Water Boards is enacting more and more restrictive water legislation in direct response to a particular city scofflaw behaviors. One city responded, they are able to stretch their water rights to cover 3 times the population with same amount of American River water. The city unfortunately failed to meet mandatory governor's drought reductions. They never submitted a city engineer's certified report, not since 1990s when I began watching city rapid growth without adequate public infrastructure. Naturally, I am pleased to see water boards responding with regulations made necessary to enforce law among all water users of American River. Please tell Superintendent I'd be pleased if she shared my South of 50 development updates with the board. It's already shared with water boards and Folsom Council. Clearly, if a city overbuilds its water rights, they expect the houses will obtain American River water just because they exist there. It is still a huge risk South 50 home buyers take, both in city and unincorporated Sacramento County. Result is reducing water supply for all who obey the water rights laws. Also harms the environment and contributes to more wildfires. Let's all stay well and respect our limited resources. And the next comment submitted by Chris Bertelli. FCUSD's process to move the district from at-large to district-based elections for the current election cycle is irresponsible. FCUSD is doing in 10 weeks what normally takes several months and under stay-at-home orders in which the public has no real opportunity to have input into the process. According to the FCUSD website, the district is rushing because of the threat of a lawsuit from an attorney in Walnut Creek, whose entire legal practice consists of suing local governments. The move to district-based voting is the right thing to do. It is a change necessary to ensure that all FCUSD communities are fairly represented. The importance of the issue dictates that the process be thoughtful, transparent, inclusive, and based on the best available data. The current process violates all those requirements. Condensing a months-long process into a 10-week period increases the likelihood of errors and may result in unintended consequences. It is likely that the majority of voters will be unaware of this change, creating confusion, resentment, and anger. By rushing forward during the pandemic, FCUSD has severely limited the ability of residents to be included. Ideally, FCUSD would have hosted several meetings throughout the district to explain the process, the thoughts behind the maps, and engaged in dialogue with district residents. This process completely eliminated the opportunity for dialogue. This process disadvantages households with limited access to technology, since the only way to engage at all has been by virtual attendance at board meetings. The proposed maps are based on 2010 census data, augmented with data from other sources. Presumably, the maps will have to be withdrawn again prior to the 2022 election, when the new census data is available. The FCUSD board should immediately halt this flawed process and resume only when it can ensure that residents have a full and fair opportunity to participate. And then we do have one more comment on this agenda item. One moment, please. I'm trying to scroll and the sheet's a little jumpy. Submitted by Cheryl Longsworth. I object to placing Walnutwood, Kenny, Prospect A, and Cordova Gardens in District 2. These schools feed into or support schools in District 4. Representation should not be divided for schools that feed or support each other. These schools have no relationship with the Folsom schools or the schools in Southern Rancho Cordova, which are in District 2. And I do not see any more written comments on this agenda item.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments from the board. Any comments from the board?
Mr. President, I would say that I think I'm good with map 5, but I would echo the concerns of one of the members of the public that I still am concerned about the process here, and you know, there's a reason why I voted to press pause on this when the governor put down his executive order for us to freeze these. I think we could have had a more transparent process. So I still remain concerned in that regard. But in terms of the maps themselves, you know, I think 5 or 1 or 2 would be my preference.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
First, I just want to ask a question. Were there anybody who wanted to testify in person over the phone on this issue? Or was
I
it all
don't have
written?
anybody, Mr. Reed.
Okay. All right.
Again, if I may, I did see a raised hand early in the presentation, but that seems to have gone down. I don't know what the procedure is.
Correct. They must have lowered their hand, or I'm not sure. But at the current moment, I have no one with a raised hand.
Okay, I just want to make sure if they are out there that they have.
I do have one now.
There is one now.
Mr. Rafferty?
I lowered my hand because once I realized you were reading the comment, which I hadn't expected to be read. But I just point out that currently you have 184 participants on this call, many of whom appear to be multiple people. And that's more than I've ever seen at a physical meeting or hearing conducted by a school board. So I think there is really ample opportunity, and I commend you for going forward. I'd also just say briefly that my comments really struggled over this 4 and 5, and 1, 2, and 5 maps are very similar in that respect. We're pleased with all of them. In this case, as Trustee Short pointed out, there has been a lot of population growth, or some population growth, in the unincorporated area and in eastern Rancho Cordova and southern Folsom. So the geographic area of the old Rancho Cordova and Mather districts is going to need to expand eastward because their population growth has probably been less. So the differences between the three maps in that area are probably going to be resolved in favor of a boundary which incorporates more of the high need, high minority population from Rancho Cordova. I would just focus on getting District 4 best, because District 4 is the only one of those two that is going to run in 2020. And I anticipate that the boundary will have to move eastward in 2022. You won't necessarily have to go through this whole process, but 10 weeks, 70 days, that's only 20 days shorter than what is usually the case. I think you've done a great job. I think you've gotten adequate public input, and I think the consensus between 1, 2, and 5 is really a telling and a good basis to move forward. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafferty.
President Clark.
Mr. Short.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Rafferty, because that's kind of like where I was talking about. I think this is going to get resolved in about 12 months on some of the comments folks were talking about, because it's going to move east because of the population. In reality, there's a lot of development that's out there in the last 10 years. You just drive by and see it. So that when we get that data, that we can readjust in 12 months. And I think, as Joanne said earlier, I think it'll start balancing out and it'll get fixed, like Mr. Rafferty said. In my preference, looking at these, I think we've done a great job. The hybrid of the 5, and that would change like in 12 months and readjust, or 2. So again, 2 and 5 is where my preference is. So that's all I wanted to say. And I think this will get even better in about 12 months. And I think we'll have a really good process involving. I do want to comment what Mr. Rafferty said. We've been very transparent. We added extra meetings. We've had a lot of participation in these Zoom meetings, considering, and we've had a lot of dialogue, and I think this has been a great process, and I feel very comfortable that it's been very transparent.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any additional comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, and I actually want to echo Mr. Short's comments and thank Mr. Rafferty for his input in this process. Right now, I am most comfortable with map 1 and map 5. I think both map 1 and map 5 are compact. They keep communities of interest together, most notably north of Highway 50 in Rancho Cordova, and immediately north of Highway 50 in Folsom. Both districts 1 and 5, although not the purpose for drawing districts, but they do notably create some healthy, diverse districts for the Asian population in districts 2 and 3, for Hispanic population in districts 4 and 5, for Black population in District 5. So I think both maps 1 and 5 accomplish both of those. So those would be my preferences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Mr. President, I'd like to clarify my comments, if I may.
Mr. Hoover.
So I wasn't going to go into detail on this because I've said it before in a previous meeting, but since the conversation has now been brought up, I just want to make a few more clarifying points on process, because while I do think we've done the best that we can under the circumstances, I do not think this was as transparent as it could have been had we been not under a stay-at-home order and in the middle of a pandemic. So number one, there's 184 people on this call, as Mr. Rafferty mentioned, for other items on our agenda. I do not believe every one of those 180 people are here to discuss district maps tonight. But number two, there are real barriers. For example, internet access, as was brought up by one of the members of the public, is a barrier, not to mention the fact that you need to have a Zoom account, which I understand are free, but there are barriers in addition to what would normally be the case for just walking in a building and having the discussion. The other big issue I have with the process is that we're really limiting the ability, I think we're harming our democracy in some ways here, because we're deciding on these maps in June, 2 months before any candidates that want to run for office have to file for office. I think that most of us here have had the experience where when we ran for school board, we started many, many, many months in advance to run for school board. The candidates this year are not going to have that opportunity because we haven't told them if they can run or not. So I think that's a big concern, why I would actually prefer to push this off to 2022. And then finally, the census data is an issue. I mean, we're talking about 10-year-old census data. We really could be, if we push this just a few more months, we're going to have new census data. We can kick this off and start it right in the 2022 elections, give people enough time, and give more public access to the comments. And finally, I mean, you know, the governor provided a lot of similar reasons to what I have said tonight for why he recommended districts pausing this process and really waiting until a future date to do this. So while I do think map 5 is the best map, I would just continue. I will reserve my. I'm still thinking about my vote because I do think there have been some serious process issues.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Before I close out, any additional comments from the board? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rafferty, for chiming in. Thank you, Paul, for being online and able to answer any questions that we may have. And I want to thank the demographer for also giving a brief outlay and revisiting this thing for what, the 6th time. I kind of like maps 1 and 5. You know, the one good thing that we have on our district website is the opportunity to kind of toggle between maps and do the interactive thing. And I did notice a couple of things on there where we have in, looks like area 5, you've got Cordova Villa and you've got Navigator, and then over in area 2, you have Navigator. And then when you plug in the high school, you got the high school next to Navigator. So those are kind of skewed. Maybe we need to move those over in either area 5 or area 4. It just depends on what map you're looking at. And I do agree with one of the community member comments about Prospect Community Day. To have that maybe moved over a little bit, either try to graft that into area 5 or move it into area 4. So with that being said, the one question that I had, and hopefully that this can be answered by either a demographer or Paul, moving forward, and I do mean moving forward because I think we do need to move forward on this. Are we not eliminating maps or all the maps on the table? Because I find it kind of redundant if the board is deciding on maps 1, 2, and 5, but yet we're still looking at 3 and 4 as if we're gonna deliberate on those or talk about those. So my question would be, can we drop those, or do we need to leave all those maps up?
This is Paul, and I'll jump in very briefly on this. The final vote in which you will formally adopt the map that the board chooses is scheduled as a part of your June 4th regular meeting. So that would be formally. However, there is nothing to prevent the board from having a dialogue to discuss amongst yourselves whether you wish to, if you will, focus in on or direct your attention to specific maps. You started that process at your last hearing, and I have board members may comment, but I haven't heard anything that suggested that the focus has opened back up for maps 3 and 4. At your last meeting, it sounded like all board members said, let's narrow the focus to maps 1 and 2, and then let's add a draft map 5, which has been done. Right. So the board is free to have that discussion, and staff will certainly get a sense of that. And we will bring to you, the final documentation for you to consider at your June 4th meeting.
Which, from my understanding, is our next meeting. I just want to get a consensus from the board. to leave maps 1, 2, and 5 on the table and drop 3 and 4. I mean, because it makes no sense to even have it posted publicly if it's not something that the board is even considering.
Mr. Clark?
Ms. Rankin.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question regarding your comments. Were you asking for adjustments to be made to maps to move Cordova High and Prospect?
Yeah, I was asking that.
Does that mean that the maps?
But then again, that creates another map. So, I mean, looking at the census for 2020, I got a funny feeling that that's probably going to move anyway. So disregard that comment. But what I am asking is a consensus from the board to maybe just keep maps 1, 2, and 5, and let's do away with 3 and 4. I mean, those shouldn't even be up for discussion. They shouldn't even be up on the website for our community members to look at.
If I could just add one thing here before you take them down for good. The county committee is going to want to see the entire record, all of the maps that you considered as part of the process, including the rejected maps.
Okay.
I think we can move them on the website. We can make it clear that they're not being considered anymore.
Right.
Without removing them so that no member of the public can find them without going into the record anymore.
Well, that was my question. So, I mean, I know that they'll probably need a record of that and lay it out of all the maps, but I just wanted to, if we're gonna, discuss maps 1, 2, and 5, why do we leave 3 and 4 up on the website?
I'm President Clark.
Mr. Short.
I like what Justin's saying for total transparency.
Sure. Okay.
I got you. Total transparency, but I feel very comfortable what you're saying, and it sounds like even the public and our Mr. Rafferty says 1, 2, and 5. Seems like we're all kind of with the public and the feedback we are getting a consensus. So I think that's a great idea, 1, 2, and 5, but still leave 3 and 4 up, but just articulate that on the website for transparency purposes.
Okay.
For any reason that the public says, oh no, we're going to have heartburn and number 3 and 4 come back and play, we can always bring it back. So, but
sure.
I feel comfortable, and if the rest of the board will contemplate the same idea.
Yeah, and to the public, I encourage you to visit our district website, and I'm pretty sure that there is internet access out there to look at those maps. And if you have any questions, please, get them out to us or get it to the superintendent so we can get an appropriate response back to you on that. With that being said, I guess we'll move on if there are no other board comments.
Mr. Clark, I have a quick question.
Sure, Mr. Hoover.
So I noticed that some folks said 2 and 5, some of the board said 1 and 5. I mean, the consensus does seem to be around map 5. And I guess there's a question for Paul. Would it be more helpful to just kind of hone in on one map tonight and bring that back for vote at the next meeting? Or?
I think that what would be helpful actually would be for the board to give us a sense of what order you would like those maps to be presented to you at the next meeting. So there's always a question when you have more than one option, what the nature of the motion will be. And I think it's very helpful perhaps to indicate if the board has a sense of what order you would like those maps to be presented for consideration.
Yeah, thank you.
Paul, if I could add to that, this is Doug Johnson for NDC. Thank you. One thing, if Paul's comfortable with it, one thing we have had boards do is actually give direction that we'd like staff to prepare map X for adoption and come back with that map. So you'd essentially have a vote today and then formalize that vote in a week. You could always amend the motion then, but if you're ready to do it, you could just go ahead and give that direction now.
Right, I concur. I think we're sort of saying the same thing, and thank you, Doug, for clarifying, because that if we do know that the focus, at least for the first motion in consideration, would be a particular map, if that map passes, there would be no need to move on to consideration of the other maps.
Right.
So that would be a good discussion for the board if there's a consensus as to which of those would be the first for us to present.
Perfect. And I'm looking for that consensus right now. What we have looking at us is maps 1, 2, and 5. I'll take the comments from the board if there's a particular order you want those maps in, if there's a strong preference leaning one way or another. And then we'll just move on from there. But thank you, Mr. Johnson and Paul, for that information.
President Clark.
Mr. Short.
Yeah, I think Mr. Hoover has got a good concept here. I think that the consensus seems like the high propensity is number 5. And as Mr. Rafferty said later on, that all is going to move east. So I think that'll readjust down the line. So I think 5 would be at least the first preference. I mean, the rest of the board might want to chime in on that. And then number 2, because 1 was a hybrid, remember? We made a hybrid for 1. So 5 is really the hybrid that we had a consensus on. So I think 5 probably most likely is number 1, and 2. Again, I think that's where we can start discussing.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
Why don't we take just a quick poll of each board member as to their top choice, because I suspect it might be the same, and then I think that will answer the question.
Okay, you want to go first?
Sure. District 5 or map 5.
Okay. Mr. Hoover.
Map 5.
Ms. Ranking?
I'll go with 5.
And I'm going with number 5. Leave anybody out?
I think I already said 5, so.
Yeah, I got you down for 5. Okay.
Well, there we go. That's the poll right there.
Yes, sir. Scarlett, you want to get a last jab in?
I'll go with 5 as well.
I didn't forget about you, kiddo. All right, so I guess we'll give staff direction to present number 5. That gives us a couple of weeks to really look at it, really ask questions, entertain questions from the public. They want to shoot an email or have any public comment moving forward on June 4th. So, Superintendent, I guess you have direction to take this back, and we'll look forward to discussing it and possibly voting on it next meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we're still in public hearing.
Sorry, Mr. Clark, did you want to close this public hearing and then reopen the new one?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I had to get my glasses on. Okay, so I'll close this public hearing. Open public hearing. What is that? 11B. Public hearing, extension of urgency, implementation of statutory development impact fees per Ed Code section 17620. Superintendent Collegian.
Yes, this is a follow-up from the action the board took at the April 23rd meeting, allowing 60 days before implementing the increase in the statutory developer impact fees.
All right. Any questions from the board? Hearing none. Any questions from the public? And hearing none. Any comments from the board before we close this out? Excellent. All right. We will close this public hearing and open the open session. We will go to discussion action item 12A, adopt urgency resolution number 05212044, immediately implement the statutory school facilities fee per Ed Code section 17620. Superintendent.
This is also a follow-up of the implementation of the increased statutory development impact fee that was discussed at the April 23rd meeting. And this meets the 60-day timeline to move forward with that action.
Awesome. Any questions from the board?
I'll move it.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Short, second by Ms. Ranking. Superintendent?
Yes, Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
And Student Member Nisnik.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next one we have is item 12B. Approve 2019-2020 third interim financial report for the period ending April 30, 2020. Superintendent?
Yes, this evening we have before you a third interim budget report. And since we had a qualified budget that we certified in March, we had to come forward with the county with a third interim. It also includes our multi-year projections and any revisions that have been made since second interim. So with that, I'm going to introduce Rhonda Crawford, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. She has a presentation to share with the board, and we'll entertain questions.
Get this going here. Okay, thank you, Dr. Clegian. So we will be presenting our third interim report for the period ending April 21st. And you'll notice throughout this, a lot of things have changed because this was only through the end of April. There was lots of things that have happened since then. So I'll kind of talk about both at the same time, and then we'll have a May revise following, which will add some additional information. So this is a summary of what the definition of certification is in terms of either a positive, a qualified, or a negative certification. As Dr. Clegian said, we are currently in a qualified certification, and we project that we will stay within that qualified certification. What that means is the district may not be able to meet their current financial obligations for the current or the next 2 subsequent fiscal years. When SCOE approved our second interim report, the approval letter included this directive. Basically, it requires a viable plan requesting board-approved budget reductions to offset the structural deficit and to provide reductions to meet that structural deficit for both 2021 and 21-22. We have been working on discussions with our bargaining groups, with the board, with our stakeholders. Those discussions will continue. Unfortunately, we will not be able to provide a reduction plan with the third interim at this time, based on what we'll be talking about next with the May revise. We'll need to regroup with some of those discussions and start having those discussions and probably adding to that list very soon. So this is a summary of all the budget revisions that we've done since the adopted budget was board approved back in June. So we had a 45-day revise in August. We had the first interim in December. We had the second interim in March, and then we now have the third interim. Many of the revisions that are indicated here in third interim are the results of closing school early in March. So a lot of assumptions have been made that made adjustments from March 16th through the end of the year. We expect that there will be more adjustments between now and when we close the books. There's just a lot of uncertainty right now, so there will be quite a bit of fluctuation. Some of the revenue changes that have occurred since the second interim, there are some good things in terms of revenue. When the state declared basically a state of emergency, and they shortened our attendance reporting window. Normally it's April 15th. They shortened that to February 28th. So we actually benefited from that. So we actually had an overall increase of about 66 ADA from that shorter attendance window, and some additional ADA earned from our CARE program, which is operated with SCOE. We had some slight adjustments in federal revenue and other state revenue. For Carl Perkins, we were given some flexibility from the federal government in terms of extending the timeline when those funds had to be spent. Same thing on the state side with our Healthy Start and with our academies. There was some increase for special ed under AB 602, and that was due to some increased ADA, same as for the LCFF revenue. On the local revenue side, we did have a decrease. A lot of that was due to the closure of schools and our sites. We did not have the revenue associated with our facility usage, our field usage, those kinds of things, because events were not happening at sites, donations were not flowing, we didn't have opportunity for fundraisers, those kinds of things. Miscellaneous income and our reimbursements from our ASBs were reduced. And then on our transportation side, because we were not transporting students to school, we needed to process refunds to our parents for bus fees. On the expenditure side, we had quite a bit of decrease in salaries and benefits. Most of those for certificated and for classified were due to substitutes. Without school in session, we did not have the need for substitutes, so we didn't have those expenditures. We had open positions and positions that were unable to be filled, so those were left vacant, and we were able to make adjustments for that. We had some extracurricular adjustments. Those kind of go hand in hand with activities at school sites. So when those activities and events were not held, the extra time and overtime associated with those were not happening. We had some transportation salaries that were reduced with field trips being not done, not transporting kids, athletic events, all of that. So there was adjustments for those, and then the associated benefits along with those salaries. For supplies and other operating or capital outlay, actually that should be decrease, it says increase. We had reduction in supplies and materials. We had additional reductions in travel and conference. Again, we had some of those ASB and trustee expenditures. And we did have some adjustments for other items associated with our surveillance system, our security cameras, some maintenance items, some software purchases. Our non-public school and legal settlements increased. On the outgo side, we had adjustments mainly for the transfer to SCOE for the CARE program that we offer, with that increased ADA that allowed more revenue to be transferred back to SCOE. And then the contributions for transportation and special ed were decreased, and that was mainly from the expenditures in the salary and benefits side that we were able to decrease, so we were able to decrease the contribution from general. With all of those adjustments, we also made adjustments on the ending fund balance side, and we increased the ending fund balance over what we had projected at second interim. We had additional carryover increases for ELLI. We had some additional designations and increases in designations. We had talked about at our last board meeting, in terms of distance learning, we needed some set-asides for Chromebook replacements. We don't expect all of our Chromebooks to come back. We have quite a few that are at the end of their life, so we will need to replace quite a few of those. We have some hotspots ordered now. We are surveying our students and our families to see what the need is in terms of Wi-Fi and access to internet. We are also looking at, for ESY summer school, our credit recovery program, identifying what the needs are and what will need to be provided. We have additional set-asides for our relocation of Folsom Lake to the Folsom High campus. There will be costs of moving that program and getting those portables prepped and ready to go for the fall semester. And then we were able to increase our set-asides for next year and the year after by almost $1 million. So that will be very helpful. As we get to the May revise, you'll see that we are going to need all of those dollars. So when we get to the multi-years, because this was only through the end of April, our multi-years were built on basically a best case model. So they are going to look very different when we start talking about May revise. So you'll see the differences between those. The multi-year projections were based on an interim ADA. And the reason we did that was the shorter attendance window was only approved for this current year. It was not approved for next year. So we have to assume that we're going to have that longer window through April next year. So we had to go back to our second interim projections for a full school year. And then we had the best case COLA of 0% for 2021 and 21-22. Some of the future considerations that we'll have with the adopted budget, and we'll talk a little bit about that with the May revise, we have the 10% reduction that the governor has proposed for LCFF and supplemental revenue. We'll have the cost of reopening schools. That will not just be the cost of the health and safety for our staff and our students, but also getting our kids ready to come back to school. We will still have adjustments that will need to be made for minimum wage, our program contributions, grants that are expiring, elementary enrollment that is declining, property and liability insurance, and then later start times will be a future discussion. So this is a summary of that multi-year projection for current year and the next 2 years. You'll see 2021 and 21-22 are at the zero COLA. So looking at the revenues and expenditures and what basically fell out at the bottom, the unassigned, we had zero ending balance for this, or actually ending unassigned balance. And that was, we put aside all the dollars that we could for 2021. By doing that in 2021, we had about $500,000. And then we had a pretty big deficit in 21-22. Again, this was best case. We were still qualified at this point. At this point, we would take best case, but unfortunately, we know that's not going to happen. So these are basically projections before the May revise. The MYP included these reductions for the current year. We've broken those out by groups. So you'll see these are the management reductions, our FCEA, CSEA, and operating reductions. And then also we had reductions that were board approved for 2021. Again, these are the management reductions. We had some FCEA reductions, some CSEA reductions, and then again, operating reductions. These are all built into the multi-years. We are still working on some of these operating reductions for 2021. We're currently meeting with our departments now, working on kind of a hybrid approach for our zero-based budget review and some review of our 4,000 and 5,000 object codes. So as we talk more about the May revise, we had already started discussions with the board and with our stakeholders for some future budget reductions that we knew we were going to have to make for 21-22. But the May revise, it's going to be quite the discussion. They will be crucial that we work together with all of our groups and start diving into some of these ideas, maybe identifying some more ideas. So we have put together these ideas by stakeholder groups. We tried to group them by groups that had the ideas that were best suited for that particular group. These are alphabetical, they are not in priority level. So we'll start, this first one is our FCEA stakeholder groups, the topics that we have been discussing with our teachers in our bargaining units. Same thing with CSEA. These are the thoughts and discussions that have been identified that we will continue having discussions about. And then the same thing with our management team. These are all items that have come out through previous board study sessions and stakeholder meetings. And we will continue to do this through at least first interim and probably beyond. So for other funds included in the multi-year, for the charter school this current year, they are self-supporting. For next year, they will also have the 10% reduction. That is going to require a contribution from the general fund. So we'll be bringing more information to the board in June. Adult education will also be subject to reductions for next year. They are already looking at expenditures that they can reduce to keep themselves self-supporting. For food services, they have we've had some substantial loss of reimbursement revenue, several months worth of federal and state reimbursement for meals that basically we cannot claim. Our director of food services has applied for several grants and waivers. We have a healthy reserve in our food services program that will help us get through this year. Depending on what next year looks like, we're closely monitoring that. Student care is somewhat in the same boat. They also had a lot of parent revenue loss. They were still paying salaries, but they didn't have the parent revenue to offset that. They also have revenues to keep them afloat, but we will be watching them, especially for what happens next year. So some of the things that we have coming up, our second board meeting in June, we will bring a tentative 2021 budget. We fully expect to have a revised budget in September after we know more about tax revenues coming in August. Instead of the LCAP, we will have a COVID-19 operations written report. The LCAP adoption has actually been extended to December 15th. So we'll have discussions regarding that in the fall. We've already started, and we will continue through the summer, discussions on what does school look like for 2021. And we'll have different scenarios for what school does look like. And then we will need to start fairly quickly discussion about budget reductions for this first coming year, next year, 2021, and then the 2 years after 21-22 and 22-23. And those are going to be ongoing through first interim. Any questions?
I will entertain any questions from the board.
Yeah, I have, President, I do.
Sure.
So just to kind of recap a little bit, Rhonda, this doesn't include the major revise that the governor's talking. So if that does rise away as it stands today, that could be very, very large. And
yes.
And then to tie it all in, I think I brought this up earlier, was how do we balance these cuts along with safely reopening our schools if tentatively, if the CDC and everything comes to fruition, that those are going to be even bigger cuts or bigger expenses because of the type of opening up schools are going to be huge costs to the district, like doubling up on buses, smaller classrooms, which is the opposite. Those can run into the millions of dollars to open up a school safely, as I see it now. How are we going to balance that? And I think that's going to be the big question the board's going to have in, looks like late June and August. It's going to be very last minute because we don't have all the information from us because of how COVID-19 and everything's being delayed and deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other comments from the board? Or questions, I'm sorry. I did see a raised hand from the public.
Mr. Clark, I have a quick question.
Oh, sure. Mr. Hoover?
Trying to unmute myself here. Yeah, Rhonda, is it, should we expect that ADA is not going to matter for the foreseeable future, I guess, if that makes sense?
It has been the subject of many discussions because we expect not all students are going to come back next year. There's been discussions with groups at the state level in terms of, is it going to be an ADA model? Will it be an enrollment model? Will it be a hybrid of the two? Or will it just be, it'll be a hold harmless type provision where we will just be based off of what current 1920 ADA was?
Okay, so we still don't quite know yet, but it seems like it's something different than it has been.
Correct.
Okay.
We are trying to get some answers because it drives our revenue. So we really need to know what that model is going to look like.
I only ask because when you mentioned the charter school, you know, there could be a greater interest in that school that could drive up, you know, enrollment and ADA dollars there. But then if ADA doesn't matter, then, you know, it just makes the decisions more complicated. So thank you for the information.
All right, any other comments from the board? Great, thank you, Rhonda, so much. And I would be remiss, I'm sorry, there was a hand raised. Is that hand still raised?
Yes, Mr. Clark, I have two at the moment.
Sure, let's take them.
Valerie.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for taking my hand raise. I was just wondering if the budget plan that might be discussed in June would be capturing potential new homelessness rates and different economic situations that our current population is running into due to COVID and the current economic climate.
Rhonda, if you can answer that.
We do have some dollars that our homeless program provides. I am positive that we will be looking at the effects of all things that are COVID related on the homeless population and the services that our kids are going to need. I don't know that I will have specifics, but we will provide as much as we have available at the time.
And Mr. Clark, I have no more raised hands.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. They caught me 2 seconds. I have Daniel.
Sure, Daniel. And you have to unmute yourself there. There you go.
Okay, it's hard when the cursor goes over it. I was also trying to give you a visual.
Okay, gotta unmute yourself again. All right. Well, with that being said, I'll take it back to the board because it looks like we do have to approve this thing. Any final comments from the board?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Yes. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Student Member Nisnik. Student Member Nisnik.
Aye.
All right.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, if that wasn't bad enough, we'll go to item 13, discussion item, budget update, the impact of the governor's May revise for 2020-2021. Superintendent.
Well, you got a glimpse of some of the highlights of the May revision as Ms. Crawford was talking about our third interim. It's very different than what we saw in the governor's proposed budget in January. And education is being doubly impacted with the way that the state is offsetting costs for so many other sectors within the state. But also going hand in hand with that are the increased costs that school districts will bear as we are bringing students back to school physically with the conditions that are placed upon us by County Public Health and CDC. So something that we are advocating for many of our groups to the state and to the federal level. But to get into more of the specifics, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Crawford. She has a presentation to share with us this evening. Thank you, Ms. Crawford.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there we go. So unfortunately, there's a lot of doom and gloom in this. There are some pieces that are good news, and we'll try to celebrate those. I think, as we said at the last board meeting, when we presented a preview of this, we said that I'm just the messenger. So I'm just sharing the information. So we did provide a preview at the last board meeting. So we'll be presenting some updated information as we know it now. So the themes that came out of the May revise, as Dr. Koligian said, this is a completely different budget from what was proposed in January. The state basically went from a decent surplus to a deficit in about 3 months. Contributing to that, because the tax revenue filing period was extended to July 15th, we are not going to know the full impact on the budget until July. So that's why in the earlier presentation I talked about we fully expect to have a revised budget in August to reflect the newest information that we have available at that time. A lot of the provisions within the May revise could be lessened with more federal dollars, and we'll talk about that in a later slide. But that is one of the things that was actually put into the budget language was if the state did receive additional federal dollars, that would unhinge some of the reductions to education. So the economic effects of COVID-19, I think we all kind of have felt that in one way or another. We've heard for years from Governor Brown that we were headed towards a recession. None of us expected it to happen quite like this or the way it actually happened. We basically turned off the switch on the economy and the state and have gone dark. The actual economic effects, we're not going to know that for months and probably even years until we get through this and hopefully we don't have a second wave. Same issue with the national economy. This is not just a state economic issue, it's also a worldwide issue. We rely on international economy, especially with China. So as those economic factors have decreased, those have affected not only California, but the entire country. And we've heard quite a bit about the national unemployment rate, also California's unemployment rate. Both have reached historic levels that we have never seen before, which is a quite a substantial hit to the economy. The big three tax revenues, those are basically personal income tax, corporate taxes, and retail taxes. Those three together make up a little over 3/4 of our state general revenue. Unfortunately, that provides a lot of volatility in the general fund. So when we have such an economic downturn that we are experiencing now, that creates quite a bit of volatility within the budget and the need for reductions. So for just this current year and for next year, the projections for California revenues are about $54 billion. That's loss in revenues and the additional expenditures that are going to be needed to cover the safety services related to COVID. So that is why, as education is 40% of the budget, that's why the governor has proposed a 10% reduction to K-12 education. So as I talked about earlier, there's a big question, will there be a revised budget? We do fully expect a budget in August. There will be a budget that is passed by June 15th. That is in order for the lawmakers to get paid. But because we don't have all of the information available, it's going to be basically a workload budget, a tentative budget. Once tax revenues are known, then we will have a better idea. The state will have a better idea, and then we will have a August revised budget that we'll bring to the board in August or September. Prop 98 funding, you'll see the 3 years here. Last year, 18-19, current year in 2021. We had a slight increase for 18-19, but for the years 19-20 and projections for next year, it's about a $17 billion reduction in Prop 98 funding. So that's a huge reduction in revenues for schools, which leads to that proposed reduction. The statutory COLA, when it's actually calculated, because we didn't close the state basically until the end of the last quarter, the statutory COLA is going to be 2.31. However, the governor is going to suspend that COLA, so it will be 0. And then the deficit factor of 10% will be applied to that increased COLA. Categorical programs are also going to be affected by the suspension of the COLA. For us, that's mainly the mandated block grant and special ed. For those of you who were here years ago, I had several slides that were much bigger than this about flying bags of money. So one of the ways that the governor has proposed to balance the budget is through deferrals. And what that is it's deferring cash, deferring money that is owed to us from one fiscal year to another. So for the current year, the proposal is to take the June apportionment, move it to July so they can count it in next fiscal year. And then the apportionments for April, May, and June of 21 would move into the next fiscal year into July, possibly August. We can endure in terms of cash the first deferral from June to July. But looking at next year, the April, May, and June apportionment, we will run out of cash. So we will have to borrow at that point, which will incur financing costs. We are working SCOE to have all districts within the county have something that we can all do together, maybe a county-wide borrowing plan, a trans or something like that. But we won't get into those details until probably further into the fiscal year. So this is just a summary of the huge change between the January proposed budget and the May revision that was just released last week. It shows the change in the LCFF funding, the Prop 98 guarantee, and then that suspension of the COLA. For us, with that percent reduction, these are the grade span amounts per student. It equates to about a $756 per student reduction. So you'll see all of those reduced amounts here. And then when we put it into the actual calculation in terms of base grant, ELLI, supplemental, our CSR funding, CTE funding, you'll see the difference here. Current year is about 185 million. Looking at 2021 with that 10% reduction, which also hit our transportation and our what we used to call our TIG funds, which do not receive a COLA. Those are also receiving a full 10% reduction. So our total funding would be about $169 million. So the total reduction is a little over $15 million to our LCFF revenue for next year. That increases our structural deficit. So we were already at a slight structural deficit because of revenues not keeping up with expenditures. So with this reduction of 15 million, our structural deficit now is right around the $21 million deficit range. There was some good news on the CalSTRS and CalPERS increases for employer contributions. The governor did propose to fund as a sort of buy down putting additional dollars into both of those systems to buy down the rate that districts have to pay for that. So the proposal for CalSTRS is a reduction of a little over 2% from 18.4% to 16.15. Starting next year, or starting the year after 21-22, the CalSTRS board can increase this rate, but only up to 1%. So at this point, the reductions will probably be pushed out, or the increases will be pushed out a couple of years, but we will get some relief from the 2% decrease in what we had anticipated. Same thing for CalPERS. The rates were adjusted to about 2%. With CalPERS, because the investment losses were so huge, I believe the last number was about a $69 billion investment loss, they will be looking at increasing those contribution rates. So we could see some large increases the next few years. But for now, we have in the proposal almost a 2% reduction in the increase. On the special ed front, the governor is maintaining in the May revise his proposal from January to increase our per ADA per student to the statewide average, which is estimated at $645. That will be based on a 3-year rolling average of ADA. We're calculating that now. For us, it could be close to about $2 million. So that's very good news. That is being discussed at the budget committees now. So we hope that continues on in the proposal, so we will keep you updated. There were also reductions in categorical programs. So some of the categoricals that we still have, we have our ACES program, which was proposed at about a 15% cut. Our CTE grants, our K-12 Strong Workforce Program, our California Partnership Academies, those were proposed to take about a 50% reduction. So those are pretty big hits for those programs. Adult Ed is also included in that reduction, and I believe that's about a 12% reduction. So we will keep an eye on those programs. There is additional funding available. We had talked at our last board meeting about CARES funding. We will be receiving some CARES funding that will be distributed based on the distribution that Title I follows. There is an application process involved. So we plan on doing that process to receive those funds. There are also some funds available through what is called ESSER. Unfortunately, those are only available to districts that have concentration grants. We only receive supplemental grants. We do not receive any concentration grants. So we are not eligible for those additional funds. The governor is aggressively lobbying the federal government. He is asking for additional dollars to help offset our losses. Unfortunately, there is a lot of resistance. So we are hoping that we get some aid to help us. In terms of multi-year projections, as I said in the last presentation, best case, we would have run with best case. It looks so much better than what this does. This is very preliminary based on what we know right now. And as I said, we are still working on reductions for 2021. Currently looking at the 2021 year, we're showing about a $2.5 million shortfall. We've included the 10% reduction, the 0% COLA for both 2021 and 21-22. Unfortunately, just to get to a $2.5 million shortfall, we are going to need to take all of the school site carryover dollars, our ELLI carryover dollars, all of our set-asides that we had set aside for both 2021 and for 21-22. The only thing that will be left would be the set-asides for our Intel dollars, our donation dollars. We have some local donor type restricted dollars, and then dollars that we had set aside for opening the new elementary school. So we are continuing to revise these projections, and we will bring these back to the board in June. For the 21-22 year, that is a huge shortfall there. That's a $23 million shortfall, and we do not, we actually have a negative balance. We don't have any funds available. We cannot meet our reserve. When we adopt the budget in June, there will be a fourth year off to the right there. That will be the 22-23 year, and it will only get worse without additional funding, additional economic help from the federal government. So I don't have a lot of good news on this front. So we are watching closely. We are doing what we can. We will, as I said before, this is going to, we're going to have to work together with all of our groups and come up with ways to make reductions and do what we can to offset some of these. So our next steps, we have our tentative board, or our tentative budget coming to the board on June 18th, along with that COVID-19 operations written report. We will continue with our discussions. What does school look like and what those scenarios look like, and then continue discussions for budget reductions. Any questions?
All right. Just for the record, I did 3 people that raised their hand, but I will ask questions from the board. Any questions from?
Yeah, I have a question.
Mr. Short.
Like the question I said before, how do we have any projections? I guess, can we make projections once we get into the studies of reopening the schools? How much would that cost? I mean, for June 18th, actually, a budget include a scenario that would say how much would it cost to open up a safe school based on all the guidelines. So could we add that into our tentative scenario budget just to prepare or have that discussion on June 18th? I'm just asking, can we have the ability to do that?
Yes, that's our plan for now. Our plan for now is the assumption that we will be back in school. We will be on site. It may look a little different, but we will incorporate our best guesstimate at the time of what that will look like, the cost of disinfecting schools, keeping them clean, any additional costs associated with that. That's part of the different scenarios that we're looking at. We need to identify what that looks like, and in order to do that, what the cost is. So we are going to incorporate as much as we know. We won't know all of it, so that's why that August budget will be crucial. We will have a much better look at what our revenues are going to be and what our expenditures are going to be.
Yeah, that'd be really good, and hopefully we'll get some help. Because how do we balance cuts with more expenses rising on top of this? So I'm really praying that we get help, because that's the only way it's going to have to work.
All right, great. Sorry for the small absence on my part. Any other questions from the board?
I have a quick question.
Mr. Hoover.
Rhonda, so the governor's May revise proposes taking the couple $2 billion he was going to use to help pay down long-term pension liabilities for PERS and STIRS, and it appears to shift that to paying more local employer contributions. Is that correct?
Yeah, what he's doing is starting 2 years ago, he had started increasing the state's contribution to STIRS and PERS. And then the plan was a long-term funding plan over the next 10, 15 years. What the proposal now is, instead of extending it over many years, to bring it all now and pay it down now.
Okay. So is that going to have a long-term impact on our contributions?
It could, because depending on the losses associated and what the investment looks like in the future for both PERS and STIRS, that could have larger increases for school districts to have to bear.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks for clarifying.
All right, any other questions from the board? Rhonda, I do have one. It's actually kind of simple. The HEROES Act, that is not guaranteed, right? I mean,
correct.
Geez. Well, when will we know? And I'm not even thinking it's going to make a big dent in it, but it would be helpful, I would imagine. But if it does come to us, when would we expect that? I mean, what are we waiting on?
Any dollars would be helpful. We're not sure of the timing on a lot of the talked about funding sources. There's a lot of talk about we may not get it until maybe election time.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured. That's what I kind of figured. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other question for the board?
Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah. I just want to, I mean, obviously those numbers that Rhonda shared are very sobering, including the out year numbers. And obviously we're going to have to make some very, very difficult decisions in the coming weeks and months and probably years. I just want to encourage staff and the union, I guess, negotiators to try to find ways to make sure that all the cuts that we need to make are as far away from the classroom as possible. And I understand that may not be possible completely, but I really would like to see it be a last resort before we start cutting where there's a direct interaction with the student, whether that be in the classroom, in the library, wherever that might be, where there's direct interaction between the student and the teacher. I really would like to see that be the last area that we consider cutting. So looking at a bare bones budget, outside of that, and then unfortunately having to take a look at what else we need to do. But just my initial thoughts right now. I know we have a budget planning meeting coming up in June, and that will probably be the topic of discussion. I think it's June 4th or June 6th. But I just wanted to mention that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other comments from the board or questions? Great.
Just a comment. Going on with Mr. Reed, I mean, when we get ready for June 18th, of course, we're going to try to stay away from the classroom as much as possible. But in the previous years, when we saw a recession, these are numbers that I've never seen in this bout. So in reality, I want to be honest. I mean, if we don't get help and we're trying to reopen schools, I mean, our budget is, majority is a step and column. It's just really frightening to me that we might have to, if we don't get help, it's $23 million. Guys, let's be real. That's a lot of FTEs that that we would have to cut. And I'm just praying, that we do see the CARE Act or something coming down the line, because this is not helping us fight this war. This war. We should be in 1942 in World War II. Everybody said, let's spend as much money. Let's all pitch in and do whatever we can take to fight this war. This is an invisible war, but we need to come collectively. I don't care at the federal and state level, and just stop playing politics, and just start really addressing issues. We should do everything we can and spend all we can to recover from this war. If we call it a war, we need to do that. And I'm hoping that'll come together, and hoping that I'm confident as our board and our staff and our district, we'll be resilient. But this is this is scary stuff to me, so I'm just don't want to be give a that we're optimistic and that things are going to happen, but I just put that out there for us to start talking about major cuts. If we got to prepare, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark.
Ms. Ranking.
Hi, Ms. Crawford. As we look at some of the things that are being considered to help us through this process, I mean, it seems to me we can't get through it without a reduction in the school year or a release from instructional minutes, as we had to visit in the past. We had some authority back then to perhaps defer maintenance. Can you think of anything that is being talked about that would best help our district that we should be advocating for? There was some talk about possibly being able to use developer fees for the general fund, but I don't think that's going to help us because we have bills to pay with those developer fees. So is there anything that resonates with you that would be the most helpful for our district?
The main topic that's being discussed now is the shorter school day or shorter school year, a waiver of instructional minutes, those kinds of things, similar to the flexibility that was given to us previously. Yeah. Even with that, like I said, every little bit will help. I don't know that it would be enough without some help from the feds.
Right.
There are some other flexibility that is being talked about, but those are small numbers. And most of the flexibilities come with people attached to them. So that it will only help us a little bit, and it would only be a short-term fix. There is talk about borrowing from developer fees or other funds, but the stipulation is you always have to pay it back within 1 year. So it's a very short-term fix, and it just basically kicks the can into the next year. It doesn't solve the problem. So yeah, we're not the only ones in this boat. They're up and down the state. We're all facing this. So there's going to have to be some help from outside.
Absolutely.
Can I comment again? Just to go along with what Alan says, just look around us. Sac City is pretty much belly up. They're not going to see. They're going to be not. They're not going to. They're going belly up right now. But we really do need to. We do need to prepare. I know we won't want it, but we do need to prepare for a possible scenario, the worst case scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I do recognize that our 5 participants who have raised their hand. I would like to call on them.
Okay, Mr. Short, we'll start with Chelsea.
Hello. I was trying to start my video, so I apologize for the blank screen, but the host turned my video off. I'm not really sure why. I am a teacher in the district as well as a parent of a child in the district. I am very concerned about what I'm hearing right now about the budget not even being confirmed until July. I think I am pretty much safe from being laid off as I am higher up on the seniority list. However, there are a lot of new teachers at my school. I'm worried about the impact on my school. I'm worried about the impact in the classrooms, not just for myself as a teacher, but for my first grader who will be in 2nd grade next year. I don't believe that it's fair. I'm sorry, I actually said July for the final budget. You guys said August. That means it's right before I'm supposed to step into the classroom as a teacher. That's right before my daughter's supposed to start 2nd grade. If there's going to be 28 kids in a 2nd grade classroom because of these budget cuts, because of teachers needing to be laid off, I want to be able to know that ahead of time to make a better decision for my daughter than shoving her in with all those other kids where she's the kind of kid who actually needs more attention rather than less. So I feel like decisions need to be made. And on the same note, I am expected as a teacher to notify the district by June 30th if I am staying with you guys for next school year. So then you are relying on me. Okay, good. We've got a teacher for that room at that school. We know we don't have to hire for that. That's great. Then that means in August, those same teachers who are committing themselves to you are going to find out that they no longer have a job right before school starts. It's just not fair. It makes my stomach hurt. It makes me sick. And there needs to, I really appreciate what Board Member Reed was saying, that he wants as much as possible the impact directly on the students in the classroom be as least as possible. And I appreciate his comments towards that. I know that you guys only have the control that you have over everything of this situation, but can there be something done to make this budget solidified before August, if at all possible? That's my, I guess, main comment. And then also, will there be teacher layoffs? It kind of sounds like the answer there is yes. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Bogan. Who else?
Next is, sorry,
Oh,
next
no.
is Debbie.
Hi, this is Debbie Krikorian, FCEA bargaining chair. This week has been really dismal, and Rhonda, you did a great job. The only way I see us getting out of this is doing a lot of writing letters, making phone calls, and asking that our community and our school board adopt a resolution to support all acts that are coming up that will support education. For example, the CARES Act right now is being targeted mostly for the at-risk schools, yet the 10% cut has been at the base level, and we all know that that base level wasn't enough to begin with. So we really need people to call and write letters and make a resolution. If the board can make a resolution to support it, for people to go out there and do it, I will give you the phone numbers to call and to do the advocating you need to do. But we need to really stress to the state that that CARES Act needs to hit that base level. It needs to be free to go to all schools because we're all hurting. And you know, there's some schools that don't have Title I at all, and that base grant, you know, is all they have. So that's the first thing. That CARES Act would help. The second thing is the HEROES Act. That's $3 trillion. Right now, the Senate's held it up. And again, there's politics because there's things in it people don't want, but we need to push that through. We need to be able to write letters and to phone our representatives to push that through. Our government supported businesses, and they have helped businesses to not go bankrupt. Well, our kids are the future. And the biggest support that our government should be giving is to our kids, because they're the ones that are going to continue with the legacy that's already started. And they're the ones that hold our future in their hands. So we need to invest in them. The last thing is the Schools and Community First initiative that's coming on the ballot in November. We really need to all be on board in supporting that. The top 6% of their businesses will be affected by the rollback of Prop 13. That's it. Agriculture and the rest of our businesses will not be affected. In fact, small businesses will be getting a $500,000 tax break for equipment and things like that. So it's so important that this school board and our unions and the school district join together and put together a resolution to support these different bills and these different acts that are coming out in order to make education work. Because without them, we're not going to be able to do it. There's been 5 schools in the state, San Diego, LA, Long Beach, Sac City, and Oakland, that have already written a letter to the governor and stated with the budget the way it is, they can't reopen their doors. They cannot do that. And they get concentration and supplemental funds. We don't. So it's really imperative that the school board gets on board with us, and we put together a joint resolution and get our community involved to make some change, because that's the only way I see that anything's going to happen. And the other thing is, this is worse than Prop 13. I mean, when I started down my path to education, I couldn't go into teaching. I had to go into sales management because there were no teaching jobs as a result of Prop 13. And we haven't recovered from that. Our state is 46th in state funding to begin with. and now we're lower than ever. So I just beg of you to do as David stated, keep the cuts away from the classroom and to pass a resolution to support the CARES Act being divided amongst everybody, and not just the schools that have high unduplicated students. We need it at the base grant. Support our HEROES Act and support the schools and community first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokorian. Who else do we have?
Next is Matt.
Well, thank you, everybody. And hearing what everyone else said really changed what I was going to say. And I just want to say that, we can't keep borrowing against future generations. And I think now is the time where you're going to really face the trials and tribulations of your careers as leaders in this community and of the school district. And I just want to encourage you to just be hopeful and I'm stepping out in faith for you all, and I'm praying for you. And this is nothing like what I was planning to say, but I just cover you in the blood of the Lamb, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Next, we have Christina.
Sorry, I'm going to be an advocate right now for my son. He's on the spectrum at Navigator Elementary, as well as being a bus attendant. I just pray and I hope that we just open up our doors, and whatever we can do for the budget cuts will definitely support special education. And that's all. And I really do support you guys in your decisions. I just hope that a lot of heart goes towards the special education, because the kids really need it right now with distant learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner.
And last is Mr. Itkoff.
Mr. Itkoff.
Thank you, President Clark. And
yes, sir.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
Thank you. I had to step away, so if you covered this, please forgive me. I understand that, with the May Revise, you're focusing primarily on the funding, and that's a real important issue, obviously, moving forward. But I know that a lot of teachers, as well as you heard from the couple parents, that they're concerned with what the classroom is going to look like next year. And I wanted to at least bring to you that the CDC guidelines for reopening schools came out today, and frankly, they are very scary, and to me, much of it is very unworkable. And I was hoping that there might be some discussion tonight as far as what those CDC guidelines are, what the district is looking at as far as what's feasible. I understand the CDC's point of view. I get it. It's coming from a clinical aspect. The review may have been written by scientists or bureaucrats, but none of them are in the classroom. I mean, one of the guidelines was that all desks should be 6 feet apart and all facing the same direction. That's insane for an elementary school. And that's just, it's not even worth it to have an elementary class when you do that. So my question is, when will the district be able to start putting forth the ideas that they are considering on what the classroom is going to look like? Because that's necessarily going to drive the costs.
Got you. And I know that the superintendent will be giving an update on all that. Hopefully your question will be answered at that time. Did we have any other hands raised?
One more, Mr. Clark. The name is Fallon. You're on.
Yes, thank you. When we are looking at the budget, one thing, we went through a lot of numbers, a lot of different scopes of what things will look like. If we're looking at cuts, I think as parents, we're all looking at the positions that we can save at the school. So will we be looking at the district and the district employees and I know this is a very difficult thing to talk about, of maybe positions that can be changed or restructured in order to help the budget?
I will actually let the superintendent answer that the best way that she can.
Yeah, and that's a very good question to ask. And I think we have to look across the district. We have 21,000 students, 2,400 employees, and 10% of our budget is basically 200 employees. So we have to look across the board. And we have been doing that in the reductions that were made last year coming into this year, and then also last fall going into the following year. We put together stakeholder groups and sought feedback from each of the groups. And then we've also worked with our bargaining units and our leadership team. And you saw some of those recommendations of ideas of where else we can look. And that's district-wide, including district administration. The reductions that did come forward have been across the board, reimagining or reducing district level positions, as well as certificated and classified. And we're doing it together as a team. But yes, you're correct. We have to look district-wide, and it is going to be difficult.
Thank you, Superintendent. Who else do we have out there?
We have Daniel.
Sir?
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Winters. Daniel's my son. I'm using his computer, and I'm not very good at it. But good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. This is all not good news, as you can imagine. I just want to give you a parent's perspective, boots on the ground, just for a moment while you keep, and hope that you keep this in mind as we work together to figure this out day by day. I'm the incoming PTA president for Folsom Middle School. When I arrived on campus last year in March, the soap dispensers, I mean, I know you guys are talking about millions of dollars. What we experience is much different. It's down to soap dispensers. All of the soap dispensers were broken. They'd been broken since January. One of the difficulties, and this is at Folsom Middle School, there are other schools, they experience the same things. One of the difficulties was there's only one day janitor. There are other issues with getting rooms done at night. There's over 1,400 kids who are in the classrooms, in the hallways, passing each other, skipping the bathroom, going to lunch in shifts. As a parent who also participated in being in the lunchroom, I've washed tables, I wipe noses, I take them to the nurse when they need to. I've done duty out on yard duty. You name it, all the way up, all the way down. I worked in policy. I've been a teacher. I've been to the top and the bottom. And my greatest concern is that you keep in mind as we go through this really difficult time together, health and safety first. If that means we need to cut the day short, the parents will help you. We will work it out. But what we don't want to do is to become a statistic because we were trying to go back. As far as we see it from a parent's perspective, there is no going back. There's going forward, and it is going to look different until we come up with something or the vaccines are available and the medicine is available for others. I know many parents, not just a couple, many who have a child who is mainstream, but they have someone at home who might have CP, or they have a parent in the home. That is not the exception. It is the rule. Asking children to go back into a situation where soap dispensers could not be replaced under normal circumstances is not something that parents may be willing to do. We need to look at that too. I just wanted to ask if there was an opportunity to get more parent input. I'm trying to attend your meetings. I'm challenged electronically. I know other parents that I've heard from because I'm here and I'm in their neighborhoods and I see them in the grocery store and we text each other. Is there some way that we can use PTA or something, even though that's not our function, as a conduit so that, I can also help get them on board. We all need to row at the same time to keep the ship going forward.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate your comment, and I know that parent participation is very important, especially at this time. I think that the district needs to rely on the parent ideas and parent comments, and hopefully we can just keep the communication open. And I think I'll save my comment for later. Was there anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Clark. Next is DeMarcy.
Yeah, Jill DeMars. I'm a teacher with Folsom Cordova. And my biggest concern is I'm talking to lots of parents and they are worried about next year, and they're looking at homeschooling and private schools. And so looking at this budget, if I'm at Oak Chan and there's a big community talking about going to private school or homeschooling, and if we lose a lot of them, then we lose teachers and we lose students. So then there's less money. I'm hearing from them that they would just like to have some type of a plan, like plan A and plan B. Like plan A, go back to school, this is what's going to look like. If that doesn't happen, this is plan B, distant learning, and we prepare for that and get ready. But I think the parents and the teachers, the parents really need some type of answers to know where to go. Like I said, I know numerous that are signing up for homeschooling. I know a teacher that works at homeschooling, and she says the registration process right now is insane, and they are having so many people apply right now. So just to be cautious of that, I don't know if you guys were aware of that, but it's very scary. I don't want to lose those families. They don't want to leave Oak Chan, but it might get to that point. So please just give them some type of reinsurance. Like I said, plan A, plan B, just give us something when you guys can. Thank you for all you guys do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Did we have anyone else? Yes.
I'm sorry. Next, we have Elijah Cortez.
Yes, but before you speak, Mr. Cortez, can we run that clock for 3 minutes? We need to adhere to the 3-minute time.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Some of the comments are starting to steer in the direction of the information item. So maybe if you could screen what they want to talk about and maybe go to the information items.
Yeah, because, and I want to make this clear to folks who are raising their hand that there is an information item coming up on school openings and, what we plan on doing by the superintendent. So if you can just hang tight, we'll get there soon. I promise you. Any other questions or comments from the public regarding the budget?
I still have one raised hand, Mr. Clark.
Okay, is it regarding the budget?
I will unmute to find out.
All right.
Yes, it is regarding the budget. Very quick.
Thank you. Let's go.
Okay. Just please be mindful of utilities. I had a teacher friend go into her classroom this week and the heater was on. So if we're talking about trimming the fat, like we really need to be watching, like the AC is not on. I know that the utilities are always like so wacky. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right.
All right. Excuse me, Mr. Clark. This is Angela. We do have a written comment regarding the budget. If I can read that now. Okay, fantastic. This was submitted by Michael Meyer. This is a very difficult situation to be in. An outsider could argue that the school board is in a very difficult position. However, if you're the judge in a courtroom, you would simply ask what the criteria is that you use when coming up with the correct process for your students. Everyone is focused on budget right now. That is front and center for the administration, and they've even begun to discuss cuts to teachers. This is a big mistake. You're using the wrong criteria. Cutting teachers is ineffective and inefficient. It hurts the students and takes away from their education opportunities. Cutting money out of budget without cutting teachers' pay or having them take furlough days is where the board needs to focus. Here are some areas. Cut Vista 4x4, approximately $500,000 savings approximately. Cut IB from Mitchell, $250,000 savings approximately. Ed Code only requires one superintendent. If you're not going to cut positions, then institute 20% pay reduction. You purposely just replaced special ed director, even though you knew budget crisis was here, very irresponsible and rude to teachers, especially when telling them you want pay cuts. That's the only written comment we have.
Great. Thank you. All right. With that being said, we'll move forward. Looks like we are the first read, Board Policy BP 5144, suspension and expulsion due process BP 6172.1, concurrent enrollment in college classes. Superintendent.
Yes, we have two board policies coming forward that reflect latest changes in law, and I'm going to ask Ms. Holloman to highlight any of those changes, and she can respond to some questions if you have any. Ms. Holloman.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Clevey, and good evening, board members. The first read that we have is on the suspension expulsion due process, and I do have Scott Meyer alerted to this as well if you have specific questions. But this reflects new law, SB 419, prohibiting the suspension of students 4th through 8th for disrupting school activities or willful defiance. And it also references new law AB 982, requiring that a student who is suspended be allowed to do homework. And that is something that we already do when a student is suspended. We do send homework home. So I will stop there in case you have any questions on that one before I go on to the next. Okay.
Any questions from the board? All right, Catherine, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. The second one is on the concurrent enrollment in college courses, and everything in this new board policy with recommendations from CSBA and new laws only benefits our students. So it allows us for some exemptions to change the 5% enrollment for summer school attendance at our community colleges. And there is another caveat in here that I purposefully left in. It does allow boards to have a partnership with governing boards of the community college districts in order to offer and expand our dual enrollment. And though we don't have that at this point, I left it in there because I think we have a very progressive CTE department, and I would like to see us move in this direction in the future. So I wanted to make sure that that was still in the board policy for us to do.
Awesome. I concur with you on the partnership that we need to have with those local community colleges. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I really like what I was reading here in the red lines to the policy regarding CTE and the partnerships. And I particularly like the paragraph regarding program evaluation, which indicates the superintendent or designee shall regularly report to the board regarding the number and demographics of district students participating in the concurrent enrollment option. I was just wondering what does regularly mean? Does that mean annual? Does that mean semi-annual? And I assume that the report will be a public report that will be available on our website.
Well, since it is part of the new dashboard with the college and career readiness, I think that that would be a component piece of presenting our data on an annual basis.
So would that be hypothetically, just make up a month, that every March the board will be at a scheduled board meeting, the board will be presented as an agenda item, the report for comments and observations?
I think, Mr. Reed, I would recommend that we do the presentation of that when the dashboard is first put out by CDE.
Okay.
And,
Yeah,
and I don't know what month that will be in the future.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
Just a quick comment, Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover.
Yeah, I want to echo Mr. Clark and Mr. Reed. I'm definitely very supportive of this, and I just would encourage district staff if we approve this, or well, I guess this is on discussion action tonight. Sorry. Once this is approved, I would really encourage us to not only approve the policy, but really start looking into that partnership. And I would love to hear an update, within obviously a reasonable amount of time. Once we do approve this policy on how we can get that going as well.
And the superintendent and I and our CTE coordinator have been working with our partners on the dual enrollment piece. So there has been some work that has been done there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
You're very welcome.
All right. Let's see, where are we? We are at...
Oh, Mr. Clark, we do have a public comment.
Yes.
If I may read that at this time.
Please do.
Okay. Regarding tonight's board meeting agenda, item 13B, and this is submitted by Stan Jones, on the draft AR 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process. In section grounds for suspension and expulsion, grade K through 12, refer to item 8, possessed or used. You have marked in red for deletion of the text, his/her own. You reference Ed Code 48900H, which is the result of SB 419. I would suggest rereading the SB 419 or EDC 48900H that states, this section does not prohibit the use or possession by a pupil of the pupil's own prescription products. I think by leaving out his/her own, the writing suggests to me that a pupil can possess anyone's prescription products. I think it is important to state the restriction to the student's own products as stated in law. And that's the only comment we have on this agenda item.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jones. Point taken on that. Does the board want to comment on that? All right, good. Let's go to item 13C, discuss selection of dates for special board meeting in June and July. Superintendent.
Yes, this item is coming to the board for discussion of potential additional board meeting dates for board members' request, with two huge topics in front of us where we want answers sooner rather than later. I'm certainly on board with that. We are looking at another board meeting in June. We already have two board meetings scheduled, one on June 4th, one on June 18th. We have a board study session on Saturday, June 6th. Part of that is for closed session for superintendent evaluation, but I would recommend we also expand that day study session to talk about budget and school reopening. And then the other date that we're proposing in June is June 30th. It's a Tuesday. And then looking at a date in July, typically we don't meet in July, but this is a date that would give us a chance to reconvene prior to the school year if there are any other items that are happening through the summer that we need to bring back to the board. So July 23rd is the other additional board meeting date that's being proposed tonight.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this?
Yeah, this is Ed. You're talking about July 3rd, is that what I see there, or July 23rd?
No, July 23rd.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, great.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? All right. Any final comments from the board? Okay, with that being said, I'll close it out. I have no problem meeting. I think it'll be great, just so we are all on the same page, and we've got a lot of major things to discuss, and I think we need to be readily available to discuss those. So If nobody has any problems with that, we'll bring it back and make it happen.
Sounds good to me.
All right, let's do it. Let's go to item 14. I think what we've all been waiting for, an informational item on school reopening update. Superintendent Collegian.
Well, I wish I had all the answers today and could answer all the questions that came up earlier, and I have many in my own mind as well. However, we have to go with the information that we have today and, take the initiative and say, we are going to keep our staff and our students safe as we consider how we reopen our schools. We have to look towards the guidelines that are provided to us, either by CDC or Sac County Public Health. Those are some of the parameters that we look at, as well as considerations from our Sacramento County Office of Education. So keeping our students and staff safe have to be at the forefront of those decisions. Our intention is to eventually bring our staff and our students back, but to keep that safety at the forefront of how we do that. And as we heard from folks that spoke on the budget topic earlier, school is going to look different until a vaccine is created for this virus. School, large gatherings are going to look different. So how does school look when we come back? Our intention is to come back in some kind of a physical format in August. We haven't looked at changing our start date at this point in time. But we have a planning committee now that has just convened. It's a task force that has several different arms to it because reopening our schools has many moving parts. We've been looking at blueprints and frameworks that have been created in both locally and in other jurisdictions to guide that work. So we're not reinventing the wheel. We're looking at how other schools or countries who've reopened their schools have grappled with some of the challenges. And yes, we have to have different scenarios and we have to have different options and we have to have feedback from our staff and our parents. So to that end, we are at the beginning part of this planning process, but we're putting it on the fast track as we all want to make decisions as quickly, but also as soundly as we can on navigating a future in school that's going to look very different than it has in the past. So we do need that feedback. And we have been participating in county offices task force that they put together about 2 weeks ago. And one of our administrative team members, Curtis Wilson, is one of our 3 administrators serving on that committee. And I'm going to turn it over to him in just a minute to share some of the higher level overview of some of the topics that are going to be talked about as we put this task force together with our own employees and our potential timeline. The other piece in addressing how we seek feedback from parents and our staff, we'll be starting that process with a survey that's going out as early as tomorrow for our staff and as early as next Tuesday after the Memorial Day weekend for our parents. A critical piece that we need to know from our staff and from our parents as we are planning and looking at those contingencies and considerations and options is, how many of you, what percentage of our staff and our parent population are ready, are comfortable with the guidelines in place of, whatever it may be come August. The social distancing is what we have right now, and the extra sanitation and knowing all the costs that could be associated with that. How many would be comfortable in sending their child back or working in that environment come August? So that's a critical piece. It's also a critical piece in the budget planning, as we heard earlier. So that will be one of the questions. There'll be many other questions on the surveys as we get those out for our stakeholder input and feedback. Before I take any questions, though, I do want to turn it over to Mr. Wilson, who's going to give an overview of the work that he's been doing on the county task force and how it's cascaded to the work in Folsom Cordova's task force. Mr. Wilson. please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Collegian, and thank you, Mr. President and board members. Dr. Collegian really covered quite a bit of it. I'll go in depth on a few different topics. One of them is exactly what you just mentioned, the fact that the county has put together a task force representative of all the districts within the county, and really looking at making sure that we're not missing something when we're looking at the safety of our children, and making sure that we have everything captured when we put together any contingency plan that we have, because we truly are working on variables that are out of our control. So because of that, it necessitates the need for coming up with everything from we're coming back fully to school with every safety precaution that we can possibly take and guidelines from the CDC, all the way down to distance learning continuing, should that be the recommendation from the CDC, from the state, from the county. So the way that we are breaking this down from the county level and right down to our own district is looking at 7 to 8 major areas. And those areas are written in the rationale here, and I'll call them out here. It's health and safety protocols. And we've heard from a few parents tonight stating that that's one of the top priorities. So on top of the health and safety protocols, we're looking at the instructional program. And again, speaking to what parents brought up tonight, that does include grades. It includes consistency of instruction. All of those things are being looked at. On down to school schedules, again, regarding the types of demands being put on us by the agencies that are dictating what this will look like. What does the schedule look like for 50% of the kids? Mr. Rickhoff brought up the point that 6 feet apart in desks in the classroom isn't possible with 34 kids in a classroom. So what does the physical makeup of a classroom look like if that is what we're working under, the guideline that we're working under at that time? Outdoor transitions, recess, passing periods, extracurricular activities, social emotional learning is going to be a huge piece of this. Mental health and wellness, and communication, of course. How are we communicating with parents about all these changes? Dr. Collegian mentioned the survey that will be coming out to staff as soon as this Friday, and parents, I believe Tuesday is what we're looking at for that survey possibly. With that, we have every aspect of our district, all the departments working on each of these topics from their lens. And what does that look like for each of the contingencies that we're working on, so that we are able to pivot as information changes. Some of the guidelines that you're looking at tonight that are attached are as new as today. So those guidelines were updated today. They're on the board agenda, and we are getting those updates daily, weekly, monthly. It's changing nonstop, which is good. We want to work off the latest information. This will be the first of many informational items that are coming to the board. I believe we have the item agenda ready for next agenda already. Placed as a placeholder, so you'll have the latest updated information and where this task force is. Meetings have started as early as tomorrow for many of these large task forces. The task forces are comprised for our own district. I mentioned the one from the county that they are doing currently. Our district's task forces are made up of our ESC staff and administrators, representatives from both major bargaining groups, and even some of the board members. Some of you have volunteered to be on some of those task forces. Again, those task forces will look at the input given through the surveys by staff, as well as the parent input that is taken. And that's just the first step of many. We will continue going through the same process as we get more in depth on the details of what it looks like to reopen under each contingency plan. With that, again, you'll have an update in 2 weeks. Where we are with these task forces, and probably a little earlier than that. And parents will hear from us as to the process that we are, and the progress that we're making as we go along. So I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have to the best I can answer with the ever-changing information that we're receiving daily.
Okay, I will open it up to the board for questions. Any questions?
Got a couple questions.
Sure, Mr. Hoover.
First off, I know I should have asked this earlier, but I was just curious if in the future, are we able to move this information item higher up in our agenda? Just given, I mean, I understand that this is a long meeting, but it's 9 o'clock now, and I think this is probably what a lot of folks tuned in for. So I was just curious if in the future we could move these COVID-related information items higher on the agenda. Or if we're not able to do that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would certainly recommend that it be a discussion item. And yes, we can move it up much earlier in the agenda. This is the first time that we've had the opportunity to roll it out. And tonight is really an information item. Like I said at the beginning, we don't have all the answers, but we are going to engage our stakeholders as we, look at some of the different scenarios that will be forthcoming in the next few days.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I had just a couple questions on the plans. What is the plan for students who may choose to leave the district? What is the plan for staff in terms of approving inter-district transfers if other school districts do different types of programming and things like that?
We haven't talked about inter-district transfers, but what I would like to highlight is we have multiple options for meeting the needs of students in Folsom, Cordova. We have a charter school that is a homeschool model, that's K through 8, and we have an independent study high school model through Walnutwood. Might we be able to meet the needs of some of our staff and students who cannot physically come back into the regular school setting for a temporary amount of time while we're still in this, in this risk area determined by the health department, and reimagine how we use the options that are already under the umbrella of Folsom Cordova in a little bit different way, so we can keep our students connected to their schools, connected to their teachers, but temporarily we could house them in one of our other programs. We don't have all the logistics of what that looks like, but I want to advocate for the fact that we meet students' needs across the board, whether they are homeschooled, and this is before the pandemic, or whether they're wanting an independent study or a distance learning or a blended learning model. So those may be ways we can, revisit that topic, so we're hopefully not engaging with, inter-district transfers or potentially losing students.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And what do you think our capacity is for our homeschool charter to kind of take on maybe some of the folks that, if we do have to do distance learning, I know it's not working great for a lot of families. What's the capacity of our charter school to kind of grow?
Well, the capacity is limited right now by other restrictions, but I can tell you how you could help me out is if we need to get a waiver for loosening some of those restrictions, I would certainly want some help with our local legislators to help us carry a waiver to be able to temporarily loosen some of those restrictions so we could increase the capacity of our charter school.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be fantastic. So it seems like, and Curtis, maybe you can answer this. It seems like, I know in working with the county, there have been some decisions that were made collectively. For example, the decision to stop, to kind of shut down the schools was made pretty much at large. It seems like more latitude is being given to districts to kind of make the decision that's best for their community on this issue. Would you say that's correct, or is it?
They definitely want to leave things to a certain amount of local control, but at the end of the day, when we're talking CDC health guidelines, all of us are having to follow that. And so some decisions are being made at a local decision, but when it comes down to those state and county and CDC guidelines, I don't see much latitude in those. So while we're all making plans, some people are choosing to plan for the best outcomes, which we are too. But we're also being realistic in the fact that this is changing daily and that we have to have every contingency ready to go regardless.
Is there any idea what other districts are thinking about right now, or if that's going to be something the county wants people to be on the same page, or?
Yeah, the county, we're all hoping for the best right now. And we realize, and the best outcome, of course, is to come back fully with every safety precaution in place. We're hearing from a couple of the districts that their top priority plan is is coming back in somewhat of a hybrid model, where they can get as many kids in the school as often as possible. And that's where it's going to look a little different depending on the makeup of your school, of your district. And you look at our multiple schedules across the district, and that plan is going to look different, which is why it's necessary for, at this point, each district to take those contingency plans and tailor fit them to their circumstances at the time.
Right. Yeah, and I'm really glad to hear about the contingency plans. So I guess my last question on that point would be, is there a contingency where it is distance learning, and would that include grading of any kind at this point, or is that still kind of being discussed?
So in each of these plans, the instructional program is absolutely being discussed, and we realize that I think, Mr. Hoover, you actually said at the last board meeting that some of how we are distance learning right now is due to the fact that we were all thrust into this. I think that was your wording. And there wasn't a lot of time to put in plans. We have time now. We have time to plan. We have time to plan what the instructional day looks like from a distance learning standpoint. We have time to plan what grading looks like. So absolutely, and each of these plans will have, that will be discussed. And in fact, that is actually the instruction, I believe it's called the instruction academics section of the task force. And that's comprised of, I think that's the biggest task force we have, honestly, out of all of them that I believe we start tomorrow on that one. And I say start, but that'll be our first meeting, but we've all been going through the plans for this already.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Mr. Short.
Yeah, just a couple of short questions. One is, I know we're talking about the CDC guidelines and everything else, but there's also the part that Debbie was commenting earlier about. The CSBA has a set of guidelines working with the governor, and it talks about aligning resources and having commitments at the state level to resource accordingly to opening up a school in a safe manner. We have to match the resources available with that. So is this task force going to try to integrate some of those CSBA recommendations, or at least us try to advocate and try to come up with the scenarios that will at least address some of those concerns with the state, not just the federal, but the governor's proposed cuts? He's also has control over his budget and also helping us open up schools in a safe manner with resources. Is that going to be one of the areas that you're going to help try to guide these guidelines for us?
It absolutely is. In fact, one of the other things that is happening here, when you look at the 7 to 8 different task forces that we have going, there's overlap in all of them. So what you just mentioned is going to be a school structures and facilities overlapping with the budgetary side of things. Right. And exactly what has been being discussed all night here is that there's a disconnect between what we know needs to be done in a physical plant of a school versus the resources currently monetarily that we're receiving to do those things. So the recommendations will be made in order for us to go out and approach the state in accordance with CSBA and ask for those funding, the funding that's necessary to make all this happen. The recommendations are going to be made by the task forces. We are looking to see what other, as Dr. Kliege mentioned, what other states and different organizations and even districts and entities across the world that have already reopened and what they had to do. So we aren't flying blind here. But in terms of budgetary process, we will be making the recommendations and using those guidelines that showed us what recommendations to make to go out and seek the funding as well.
And if I could add on to that too, the advocacy part will definitely happen. And I wanted to tag back on to what Ms. Krikorian said about doing a board resolution. We need to tell our story. We need to tell Folsom Cordova's story of the impact of these reductions at the state level to our budget amidst a time where we're reopening schools in a very different way than we've ever had to do before, and the costs of all the the impacts of social distancing and sanitizing will definitely need to be stated in that resolution. So to that end, I want to bring a resolution to the board at our next meeting on
Yeah, because it's the priorities of the governor. He has priorities on his budget, and we need to make our kids first. As I said, this is our future, and these are our kids. And I know those are hard decisions at the state level, but hey, schools should be number one, and elderly, and we're in the recovery part of this pandemic, and it's going to be a long time before. And that's my next question. Good segue to my next question. We're not talking about these guidelines. There's the new norm, how the schools are going to look. How long will that be? And do we have, like a phase one, phase two, phase three concept? Because ultimately we should get back to someday to a new normal. But the vaccine concept of having until we have a vaccine, the swine flu, they were doing the same thing. And looking for a vaccine, they never did get to a vaccine. There's never such thing as a vaccine. It's 100%. Even the flu shots today and vaccines are, not 100%. We'll never probably ever get there, but it is better than having nothing. But when the swine flu, suddenly the swine flu just disappeared, and they never did finish and finance a vaccine. So the criteria is: are we going to be open until we find a vaccine, or are we going to until there's treatment? I mean, that seems to be could be a long haul, and that would be a long cost to our district. So I guess my question is: can we have local control of going back to a somewhat normal in a shorter period of time than other areas of the district without CDC guidelines? Does it give us that type of flexibility?
That's a really good question, and that's one we've been asking too. And CDC has started to publish, what's maximum risk, what's minimum risk, what are those where's the dashboard, what are the benchmarks that we all look to, like our air quality index. What is the range where it's so dangerous we can't come to school? Or what are those ranges that we can come to school, but we have to restrict activities or the setting or the environment? So what we're seeing are different ranges or phases of how, what restrictions schools would have to implement in coming back. And they're looking at those different contingencies. That's coming from, the health and the clinicians as they're defining that for schools and other industries as well.
And that could go on indefinite according to the health, because there's never a perfect world in that area. And it's just, to me, there's got to be an end somewhere on this. And you're right, we have to think about how we're going to go about this in a smart way, keeping it safe, but actually figuring out a way that we can move forward and opening up so that we can get back to a semi-normal process where all our kids, our special education kids especially, because they're the ones that are really suffering out there right now with no support or anything. We already heard comments on that. We really, we need to have a kind of phase concept to try to figure that out. So I just want to make sure that we're bringing this a comprehensive approach to it.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
It was indicated during the presentation that we're going to take our lead from the CDC, SCOE, and the county or the county health department. So my question is, based on that, do we anticipate that every single school district in Sacramento County will either start the school year in the classroom or some hybrid, or they will all start distance learning? Or will we have a scenario that some school districts in Sacramento County might start distance learning and some would start in the classroom?
It's a great question. I honestly think it's too early to say what the scenario will be and what the districts are going to do, because if there's a resurgence during the summer and the county guidelines and the CDC guidelines say that you can't meet in a group larger than 10, then there's no way a school district can open up, even in a hybrid model at that point, well, possibly, unless it was a 20% 1 day a week type of scenario. So again, that is why we're doing multiple scenarios. To get to your direct question of, will we see a school district that, if those guidelines exist, that says do not, you must still be 6 foot social distance, I think a school would have a difficult time explaining to the public why they are fully open with 34 kids in the classroom if that truly was the county guidelines and the CDC guidelines.
So if if there are capacity restrictions in place, let's say 10, would those guidelines also apply to the private schools in Sacramento County?
I would assume so, because it's not just a school guideline. It would be a public guideline. Now, the difference on that is who has the hammer that they can bring down on, whether it's a private school or versus a public school. There's a few more people that we answer to versus a private school. But these regulations are meant for the entire public, not just coming down as an edict against school districts. This is from the Best Buy to Russell Ranch.
Right. So unfortunately, I we live on the county line with actually two counties, both Placer and El Dorado County. Is there a scenario where Sacramento County Health will say no groups larger than 10, but have Placer or El Dorado County saying no groups larger than 50, and then we would have the scenario that Placer County and El Dorado County public schools will be in session in person, and Sacramento would not. Is that a scenario?
Oh, absolutely. We're in that scenario right now in terms of businesses. El Dorado County opened, I believe, last week. I believe it was Friday last week, so 6 days ago. So 100%, and that is difficult when you have less than a mile distancing in between their schools and our schools, regardless of what side, which end north or south of our district you are. So yeah, I do see that as a possible scenario. And again, they're taking their county guidelines based off of the number of cases, how fast the cases are growing or declining. And so, yeah, I actually do see that scenario.
Yeah, I would just simply, I guess, observe that parents and teachers need certainty, and they're craving it. And I know that that's what our task force is going to achieve. We in a couple of weeks, we're working on it, and as the superintendent indicated, it starts tomorrow. And that's great. I just would encourage the task force to realize that our parents have choices, and we saw the dire numbers associated with the budget deficit. And the last thing I would want is for our district to intentionally create overburdensome requirements for the returning to the classroom or for the returning to grading that would cause our parents to choose to go to private school, either in the county or outside the county, or to seek an interdistrict transfer inside the county or outside the county. So, and I think the superintendent indicated that the goal is to start the school year in the classroom, but that could change based on what happens over the summer, and that's understandable. I mean, we can't predict the future, but I do like that intent. That our intent is that we're going to be starting the year in the classroom, barring other information that would run counter to that. I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind, because if we start losing students, that means we have to lay off more employees, and that's also a reduction in our revenue source as well. So that's just an observation. I'm sure that's an observation that's already appreciated, but I just wanted to raise that. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you,
President Clark.
Mr. Short.
Yeah, I just want to kind of circle back on one thing on the task force. They're talking about a resurgence. Do we have guidelines that say we open up and we get a sickness of 1, 2, 3? Do we have to close down and back down again the whole district, or just school sites? That's one consideration. Are they looking into something like that?
They are. That's absolutely been discussed at the county level with the county health officials, and they are looking into what that would look like. And when we look at a county dashboard, for instance, regarding cases, current cases, and there are different levels. And Dr. Kaligian referenced this, maximum risk, medium risk, low risk is the type of thing that we're going to be looking at, and the county will be monitoring at all times, so that if we do see a resurgence, and I'm hoping not, of course, all of us are, is it located in one neighborhood, one school? Is it across the county? Is it in the district? And decisions will be made to have the least amount of impact on society, in all honesty, that it possibly can, because nobody wants to go back into the full stay put, shelter in place mode that we're in right now, at least in Sac County still, although I think that lifts tomorrow. But absolutely, it is being discussed at the county level as well as the state as well, but we will be looking to the county for that. And again, we want the least impact to students while keeping their safety as a top priority in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's like being a light switch. That's just amazingly going to be a difficult decision. The other question I have is, we were talking about charter schools and going to private schools. Well, with the new law that the governor passed and that was adopted by the voted in, charters fall under the local control of school boards. Is that correct? So that has to be looked at and discussed, because they fall under the same public health issues, and also private schools. But it seems like the charter schools now would have a little different model, because it's under the local control of the local school board. So we have a little say in some of our charters, and I think the other districts ought to have say in their charters when they start implementing the new state law. And we don't know, just what Mr. Reed was saying, if we do an ADA model, that encourages kids to go back to school sick, because we're driving them to come to school so we can drive and get more money for ADA, and that just seems counterintuitive. If we're trying to go back in a safe manner, we should be doing an enrollment model, and hopefully the state will consider that, and hopefully the task force would advocate at the state level that we go an enrollment model. So is something that they're discussing too? Because those are kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, it is all being discussed, honestly. Everything's on the table right now. And I think, to go back to the first part of your question there, Dr. Kaligian mentioned that regardless of scenario that we go with, within that scenario will be options for parents that meet their needs at that time. And an example of that is, we go back to, we're in school. We heard a parent tonight concerned about the return. Should we return? So we absolutely want to have those options in place that allow parents to make the best decisions for their children at that time. So, and to your point about the charter, yes, many of the charters receive state and federal funding, so that they are under the same guidelines that we are falling under as well from the county health department.
And now under school boards too, the new state law. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions from the board? All right, with that being said, I just want to address the public and just let you guys know that this was an informational item. I know that many of you would like to speak to the subject matter, and I respect that. Actually, I would want that. But what I'm going to encourage you right now is to reach out to us via email, phone call. I prefer phone calls, but reach out to us with your questions. We will make sure, if we don't have the answer, we will get the answer for you. I want to apologize because I know the majority of you got online 6 o'clock and went through this whole board meeting and expected to get this information sooner rather than later. And I totally get that. I agree with Mr. Hoover. I think when this does become a discussion item and you guys will have your opportunity to speak on the subject matter and ask your questions, we will move it up. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you, we will move it up the agenda, so that way everybody will have an opportunity to speak. We had a lot of topics today. We had a lot of public comments today. In fairness of everybody who made those comments earlier to items that were on the agenda and not on the agenda, I wanted to respect that and have them read. However, on this informational item, we're going to wait until this becomes a discussion item, which I know it's going to become one sooner rather than later, to get all your questions asked. The one question that I do have, Curtis, is, are we the only district that has this myriad of task force, or are we working with other districts, or are other districts already ahead of us, or how is this working? Because I don't want us to be the last ones on the train. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that we are concurrent with everybody else and we're moving in the same direction as far as CDC and SCOE and all the powers that be. So could you answer that for me?
I can. So absolutely, we are not reinventing the wheel on this one. So the task force with the county that both Dr. Kaligian and myself mentioned, the three members from our district that are on that task force are myself, Dr. Huber, and Mr. Ogden. We've been attending county meetings anywhere from 2 to 3 times a week for about 2 weeks now. Their guiding document is, when it comes out, will look very similar to what we are currently using now. And one of the reasons we aren't waiting for it to be published to get going on this is because time is of the essence. And so all 20 of the school districts in this area are represented on that task force. So we're all in the same timeline right now.
That's the question I wanted to ask. I didn't want to get the feeling that we are so far behind and we're just now, being Johnny come lately and trying to catch up and be current with everybody else. So that was my question. With that being said, were there any other board questions?
Mr. Clark?
Ms. Ranking.
I just wanted to reassure the public that the number of comments that came through the Google Docs were shared with all the board members.
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure, is there a way for staff to consider having them maybe added as attachments to the agenda for the agenda minutes or something? So I just want to reassure the public that those comments were taken into consideration. And I know that it's a very anxious time for them. So as much transparency as we can provide through this process would be very helpful. Having seen the document that the task force is working off, I am completely comfortable knowing that all aspects and every angle and every scenario is being considered. But as we work through this process, even though it's only going to be 2 weeks until our next meeting, as transparent as we can be would probably be helpful in easing some of the anxiety.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Mr. Reed.
Yes, I just want to confirm, I might have misunderstood what you just were talking about. Are we not taking public comment on this agenda item?
Pardon me?
Are we or are we not taking public comment on this agenda item?
No. It's not an agenda, it's an informational.
Right. I'm concerned that a number of people may have waited for this agenda item thinking there was public comment. And if they had known that we were not going to be taking public comment during this agenda item, they would have spoken during public comment. I don't know that to be true, but I'm a little concerned that might be true. Is there any way we can consider at least a limited ability for the audience who want to make a statement, even if it's a 2-minute on the clock, to be able to make that statement?
What are we looking at as far as, let me check something out here.
I mean, we only have 4 hands, and I'm just concerned because we are about to send out a survey, and I think some of this comment may help inform what parents are looking for.
Right. We're looking at 4 raised hands.
Mr. Clark, yes, there's over 41 written in comments.
41 written comments.
And 4 raised hands, Mr. Clark.
Well, I'm pretty sure, and like Joanne said, the board will get those written comments, and
the board has had those written comments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, so those are the ones. Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought there were 41 additional ones. Okay. The 4 raised hands, I will entertain a comment from.
Mr. Clark, are we keeping the timer at 3 minutes or 2 minutes?
2 minutes, please.
Kelly, can you?
Yep, just one
I'm
second.
going to give Kelly a second.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, the first one is Kimberly.
Mm-hmm.
You're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Yes,
Okay.
you're on.
Thank you. I am kind of extremely frustrated with the board at this time because I do feel like I just sat here for 3 hours and I wish we would have known ahead of time of when we were able to comment. I did send an email to the superintendent last week about my frustrations with distance learning and asking about that there's got to be a better option for next year because this does not fit the needs of most kids. I mean, completely most kids. I have one child in first or second grade right now, and it doesn't fit her needs. We're surviving, but I have an incoming kindergartner with special needs next year, and if we're doing it the way that we're doing it right now, we will be homeschooling. We will find any other option because this is not a good fit. I know that we did the best we could, but I feel like we really set a lot of kids back. And so I do have frustration that a lot of the priority, I think, from the board was getting these redistricting things done when we should have been making a plan for these kids to have a better distance learning program. And that being said, I just would like the board to know that we need to know, as parents, from a parent perspective, we need to know as soon as possible what the plans are for next year, preferably before the end of June. I need time to prepare my incoming kindergartner of what the plan is going to be next year. I can't just spring it on her a few weeks before school is going to start. I need to know now because she has special needs that I have to prepare for. And so I just ask the board to take that in consideration, that we need to know as soon as possible of whatever plans you have, so that if we have to make other needs, that we will. I appreciated, I don't know his first name, but what his last name was Reed, said about our choices, that we do have a choice and we don't want to leave the district, but we will if it comes down to that point. Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was number 1 out of 4. Who do we have?
Next, we have Amy.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hi, Amy.
Hi, I have 2 kids in the district. I'm an educator myself in a different area. And I just want to first say thank you to the board members who advocated for us to get to speak tonight after schooling our kids all day, working, and then sitting on this call for 4 hours. So thank you so much for those of you who did advocate for us. And as a parent, I'm one of those parents who is trying to decide if I am going to stay with the district next year or not. And I appreciate that there is going to be a survey put out. But what I would like to say is that I cannot say on the survey whether or not we will be staying in the district if I don't know what the plans are. Parents need to know what the plans are going to be before they can be surveyed about what they plan on doing for this next school year. We need to know so that we can make educated decisions for our kids for this next school year.
Thank you. Number 3 out of 4.
Next is Anne Romanelli.
And
hi there. Thank you. Just 2 quick things. First, I appreciate that the board is going to be having extra meetings. I would ask that you keep the option open to put additional meetings in July if need be, given some of the concerns that other parents have raised. Secondly, a slightly bigger issue from my perspective is the superintendent talked about the district task force and mentioned some of the stakeholders who are on that. I did not hear any reference to parents, however, and parents are a huge constituency. And I'd like to know if there's an opportunity for parents to be involved or some kind of parent representative to be on that committee or that task force. I understand you're doing the survey and you'll hear from a lot of parents, but in terms of how those survey data are interpreted and what kind of decisions are made following that, I think it's really important that a parent representative be on that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Romanelli. I agree with you on that. I do think that we should have a couple of parents participating on this task force to get their input moving forward. So thank you so much, sir. We are at number 4 of 4.
The last one is Fallen.
So, thank you. You can all hear me. So what I wanted to say was I have been a PTA president both at Natoma Station and Sutter Middle School for years now. And what disturbs me is that we need to make decisions in a quicker manner. The length that we took to decide whether we were going to have grades or no grades took a lot longer than what we thought. And I think what you're hearing in the voice of the parents is they need to understand a decision. And because since we went with no grades for the last semester, if there's an option that we're going to go to no grades for this semester, this is one of the key components of why parents are looking to send their school children out of district. So to say that that might not be a possibility, I agree with Mr. Reed, it would be a possibility. And it's why people are looking at charter schools and other schools, because with the incoming sophomores and juniors, they need that both at Rancho Cordova and Folsom. And I just implore you, with all of these task forces, etc., they're great, but you have to come up with some sort of plans or options fairly quickly to put these parents at ease. And I just want to implore you to get as much communication out as quickly as possible with the surveys, get the results out as quickly as possible, and be as transparent. And I'd like to thank Board Member Reed for again allowing us to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, looking at that, and I'm just maybe wondering, and I'll propose this to the superintendent. I know that sometimes we get daily updates on where we are with the county and what phase we're in and all this stuff like that. Is it possible, just for reassurance to the parents, that maybe we do a link on the website, or maybe you do a every other day recording of where we are with the schools and what we're doing, and just to kind of give them some more information on this? Is that possible at all?
Sure, I think we can do like progress reports on, because, as I said at the beginning, I wish I had all the answers yesterday on this topic, because it's impacting, I realize, families and staff and communities, and especially our students. So yes, we can commit to doing that. We use our district website and our communications links. We have links there that I would encourage our families to go to. And then we have other channels that we use through social media to get that word out too. So we can use those in our communication tools, and do some progress reports over the course of the next 2 weeks. But we will be having this as a discussion item at our June 4th meeting. And the feedback from the surveys will definitely be playing a big role in what we look at as we have discussion at our next board meeting.
Okay. And that is the June 4th board meeting. It will be a discussion item, just to be clear. Right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So any other comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Clark?
Ms. Ranking.
I just wanted to address the grading issue, because I think that's a high anxiety issue. And I think part of the grading issue could be resolved if we knew that we were going to have students connecting with our school sites and our teachers on the campuses, even if we had partial time at school coupled with distance learning. That changes the whole picture about our grading policy, and it needs to be revisited. So also, the expectation that I have is that we will be able to provide more resources for the students that we felt were at a disadvantage because they didn't have the support that they needed in a distant learning model only. If we have a hybrid model, we should be able to provide support to those students, and that, to me, merits that we revisit the grading issue and discuss that again. And I just want to put that out there. I think that's that's an important issue to our families.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with that. And I know the current MOU expires on the 30th of June, but I'm hoping that talks will be happening before then. I know the board is dedicated to meeting in June. I believe there's a Tuesday in there, and I know that we'll be meeting on the 23rd of July. So I know parents want answers. I know they want them now, and we want to make sure that we get that information out to them as quickly as we can, so they're not, hanging in limbo. So I totally get it. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I'd like to make one last comment, Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover?
I know it's late. I appreciate it. I guess I'm a little frustrated. I was not aware that the public wasn't going to be able to speak tonight. I know we had, at one point 180 people on the line here. And as Mr. Reed mentioned, I think a number of them would have spoken under public comment had they known that. I was not aware. So that is, I would say, frustrating to me, especially because there's so few opportunities for our parents to actually engage with us, in this setting where we have everyone together. But in terms of my comments generally on the topic, I want to first off start by saying that I really appreciate the goal that has been stated tonight by the superintendent, because that we are going to return in as much as we can, because if we're going to stand behind our commitment to equity and protecting the mental health of our students, I think it's really critical that we get back to the classroom as soon as possible. I just, speaking from experience, the current distance learning situation, while was unavoidable, it's undeniable that kids are learning less and parents are struggling more right now. And once our economy returns, to a greater degree of normalcy in the fall, I really fear for families with working or single parents. And if we're forced to continue distance learning, these families not only rely on schools to care for their children, but I can tell you as a parent, from a home with two working parents, that education does not happen on the same level for parents that work. It's just not possible. And so, I'm really glad that is the goal. I'm very glad to hear that we're also planning for contingencies. And I would echo Ms. Ranking in just saying that, if for some reason we do have to do some sort of hybrid or distance learning model, we have to come up with a way to give, especially our high school students, grades for their work. We cannot allow our students to go a full year without receiving grades. And finally, when we talk about the survey that's going to be going out, I know it's going to include some information about the comfort level that families have with returning to the classroom. But I really think we need to add on there a question about grading and the importance of grading. I also think that we need to ask our families in our district if they are considering homeschooling or private school, or pulling their student out of our district if we cannot go back to the classroom. We need to know that number, because it's going to help inform our process and our priorities as we continue to make decisions. We need to be held accountable to our families in our district. And so I would really encourage that a question regarding that also be included in the survey. And I look forward to seeing that later this week.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clark, can I say one more thing? This has been kind of bothering me a little bit.
Yes, Ms. Rankin.
There was a point that you had possibly suggested that the public, if they have questions or concerns, to write to the board members and that we would get answers. I'm wondering, since the Google Doc was so popular with people making comments for this board meeting, is there a way to perhaps create a central document at the district where people can write in those questions or make comments that's kind of a working, ongoing document? Because when they start sending the emails to the board, it creates this, it delays the process, and it creates
I totally get it, and I love you. I love your idea. I was just probably thinking more of me because I like getting them and responding to them and all that stuff. But I'm wondering if the superintendent can make that happen. Is that possible to do, Sarah? To where they can write their questions on a centralized Google Doc?
Yes, and we do have that process already in place for submitting comments, prior to a board meeting up until 4 o'clock. And I know we, allow folks to write into a document after 4 o'clock too. The ones before 4 o'clock are reviewable by the board and myself. So we are committed to looking at that. So
absolutely.
I'll work with my staff to be able to make that accessible. So parents that want, or staff who have comments or questions, We may not have all the answers right now, but it might help inform some of the questions that will be forthcoming on the survey. I can tell with some of the questions that were already asked tonight and what I read in the Google Doc that the survey will be addressing some of those questions that were mentioned or that were written that I read already.
Correct.
Thank you. I just thought that might be a more effective way to handle all the emails and questions. Thank you.
Not a problem.
President Clark, I was out for a while. Sorry.
Oh.
Had connection difficulties.
Mr. Short, welcome back. Comments, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted my last comments in regards to the task force looking at bringing back grades. I just want to make everybody aware there was a study showing on unemployment. We're finding out more and more the income levels was at $40,000 or less. And the large proponent, can anybody hear me still?
Yes.
Okay. That it's hitting the Latino community a large proportion of that in our areas and some of that, which in a sense, even if we do go back to distance learning back and forth, what it's still creating is these folks are having more hardships as we're going into this recovery program, which is creating a larger digital access divide within the access and equity part that we're talking about. So we need to still keep that in the forefront of the equity and hold harmless of our kids, especially the ones that are being impacted the most under this COVID-19. Those are the folks that don't have a voice. I just want to make sure that we still keep that in the forefront.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members?
I'm actually looking forward to looking at the list of subcommittees and trying to join a couple of those. Is there any opportunity for parents to apply? Is there and maybe join some of those as well? Or is there an application process or anything?
Let me circle back with my teams on that. I think there may be an opportunity that the committees, if they're too big, we probably have to limit it to one or two, as Mr. Wilson said, there are 8 different subcommittees. But with that, perhaps we can do some kind of
Superintendent, could you bring back the superintendent's communication committee perhaps to have a Zoom meeting and to visit some of these issues? Just a suggestion.
It's a good suggestion.
Yeah, and I definitely understand needing to limit the total number of the committees, but maybe if there was even one parent, per committee application process or something, that'd be helpful.
All right.
We also have DLAC. I just wanted to mention, if we're thinking about superintendent communication committee, we may want to enlist a representative from DLAC or ELAC or present, whatever we're doing at superintendent's committee to DLAC as well.
All right. Thank you. What are we looking at next on the agenda here? Item looks like 14C. Are we there? Yeah, we're there. Modernization, new construction updates, May 2020, Superintendent.
This is also an information item, and on our 12-month calendar, we do bring back progress reports on our building projects. So what you have is, this is an update on the state building program funding applications. Mr. Washburn has given us a detailed report there, and I'm sure he would answer any questions if the board had questions.
One quick question.
Sure.
And since I didn't ask in advance, if he doesn't know, that's fine. I just want to know if we where we are in the process with the CTE grant for Folsom High. If we found out if we got anything on that, if there's another opportunity, and if someone could just get back to me on that, that's fine.
I can answer that quickly. They have extended that date to award to July, so we won't know until July what the funding status of those, or if we're being awarded or not.
Thank you. I still have my fingers crossed for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranking. Any other comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
Before I forget, I do have a question on item C, but I think we also skipped item B, 14B. But on 14C, I would just encourage under the modernization or especially the new construction, the facilities that are currently under construction, whether it's this CTE building at Folsom High's campus or the new elementary school, that we take advantage of the fact that it's still being constructed, that we can incorporate some design changes that might allow for the current pandemic situation that we're facing. So that whatever it would be, whether it's the bathrooms having automatic control for the soap dispenser or the turning the water on or off, or even in the case of our new school, elementary school, having an electronic sliding door or something where it's motion controlled and the doors open rather than having to put your hands on the doorknob or the door handles to open and close it. I think there's some opportunities, given the fact that they're still under construction, to do something like that. So, and I know I think I had communicated that with Matt, and Matt had already commented on that. That's something they are looking at. So I just for the benefit of the full board and the public, I just wanted to throw that out there as something that we should continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate that. All right, and also I would like to circle back. Were there any other comments on item 14C, the modernization, new construction updates? I'd like to go back up to item 14B, update on status of state building program funding application. Superintendent.
Yeah, I think that's where we started the discussion about the funding for the CTE building. But
right.
There are certain projects that we are in line for if the state, funds the building program, and that's what Mr. Washburn has outlined in that agenda item.
Okay, just wanted to state that for the record. Any comments from the board on that one? Questions? Great. Let's go reports to the Board of Education. Superintendent.
Thank you. Well, I know this has been a heavy topic meeting, heavy laden topic, but there are points of wonderful highlights and congratulations that need to be shared because, again, this is Scarlett Nisnick's last meeting as our board rep, and she is a member of the class of 2020. So my heartfelt and sincere congratulations go out to all of our graduating seniors. Also, I want to recognize our employees. We had employee recognition district-wide a week ago, but it's also CSEA Appreciation Weeks. And we couldn't do what we do to serve and support our students without our employees and their passion for supporting our students. And last night we had a wonderful event, again virtually, but it was the Special Ed Annual Award Celebration. We recognized students, classified staff, certificated, administrative, and our parent CAC was there as well. It was great to see that attendance either on YouTube or in the Zoom. So Ms. Wessinger, thank you for coordinating that. I know we prefer to see one another face-to-face and physically, but I do like the opportunity to still celebrate all the wonderful folks out there that are supporting our students in great ways. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go down the list here. Ms. Ranking.
No report.
Mr. Hoover.
Thank you, Mr. President. Scarlett, thank you for everything you've done for our board, and wish you the very best. I know I said that earlier, but I really mean it. I guess my only report tonight is that I want to express how I think a lot of parents on the line are feeling right now, mainly because I'm feeling it. This distance learning thing has been insanely difficult. And I think a lot of families are kind of losing their mind right now because we have tried very, very hard to balance all of the things on our plate and still try to, provide an education to our kids. And I fear that we, the parents, were not fully heard tonight. And I understand that it's late. I understand that, these meetings, we don't want to be here all night, but it is extremely frustrating at home, not just knowing that this last 2 months feels like a year worth of our lives, but also knowing that just not knowing what's going to happen in the fall. And I feel like even as a board member, I still don't have a lot of answers, and I know that we need time, and I know that we're planning, and I appreciate everything that the task force is doing. But it's very difficult for everyone who has gone through this last process of distance learning to sit here and really come out of a 4+ hour meeting with very few concrete answers. So I just want to express that on behalf of the parents that didn't get to speak, because I, just like them, want to know what's going to happen in the fall. And personally, I really think that we have to figure out a way to get back into the classroom. So I thank our superintendent and our staff for making that the starting point, making that the goal. And I just really encourage that we can get as much information to our families as possible as we navigate this process, and that we find a way to let them be a part of these subcommittees or task forces as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Well, start off by saying, Scarlett, we're very proud of you, and we're going to miss you. And just wanted to just say that one last time. Also want to recognize the classified employees. It's Classified Employee Week, so wanted to just mention that. And then finally, not to, well, I guess it is revisiting an old topic that the board has already decided on. But there has been a lot of conversation about SLIP kindergarten based on the issues that we're facing with COVID-19. And even if doing SLIP kindergarten is not a possibility for 2021, I think it's worth at least having the conversation at the board level again about the future desire of the board as it relates to kindergarten, whether more aspirational perhaps. Are we comfortable with AM/PM going on indefinitely? Do we want to see SLIP kindergarten as universal in the future when we can afford it? Do we want to see full day kindergarten in the future if we can afford it? Now, I know these are probably the worst time to be bringing this up given the budget issues, but I do think, the whole issue regarding the pandemic perhaps makes it an issue worth having again. And also, it was interesting. I was thinking about this. The term equity came up a lot in recent meetings, but the term equity never really came up on the issue of kindergarten and going to AM/PM. And I was thinking that if equity is our guiding principle, there are students that probably excel in SLIP or full day kindergarten that would not excel as well in AM/PM because of the class size. And I think perhaps that needs to be brought back into the conversation as well. So again, I don't mean to suggest that we have to do anything in the next school year. Maybe we do, or maybe we don't. But I think it needs to be a conversation again at the board level. That's all I have for this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Short.
Sorry, I've been having connection problems in and out, so if I cut out. I do want to say one thing positive. This is, I presume this is the week of the classified employees, and I want to give a shout out to what a great job our classified employees. I believe that we've served a total of 63,000 meals or something like that. Is that right, Superintendent? I mean, just a phenomenal number, right?
Over 161,000 meals.
161,000
students. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable the quality and the great work they're doing. So we just want to give it a great shout out to them that they're doing a great job. And also our teachers. I mean, I've been getting a lot of feedback in the last couple of weeks that, parents, yes, we feel that parents are really suffering out there. There's a lot of scenarios. Now, I see a lot of the comments that parents are going, wow, our kids need to get back to school and have professional teachers teach our kids, because they're finding out teaching is a big task, a big job. It's really difficult for a parent at home to replace a teacher and try to, at the distance learning, create the equivalent learning experience and engagement and support at home. And I'm just hearing that stories after stories, it's just not the same. It's like I was talking about, it's devalued. I just don't know. And I think folks are starting to realize that we need to get back to school as possible, because our kids are missing out on a quality education and they're falling behind at a fast rate right now. And the biggest impact too is our special education kids that definitely are being impacted out there. And it really breaks my heart to hear some of the stories that parents are telling me about their special education, autism, and some just going backwards and not responding the same as if they were in our special education classes. So teachers are valuable. I really believe teachers are not paid at a professional level. They're underpaid and sometimes unappreciated. We should be appreciating every moment for our teachers with our kids, what they do every day in the classroom and what they're doing today, going above and beyond at home, working these long hours to try to maintain a semi-normal life. But we're going to get back. We're going to get back to school. We're going to get back where we're going to start learning, getting our kids back on track, the social, emotional, and everything else. I'm really positive we're going to get back there, and hopefully we can get there back quickly. Again, I mentioned earlier, I want to be an advocate for the kids and the parents that don't have a voice. That equal digital divide that I keep talking about is just worsening as we talk right now. The economic recovery is going to be longer than what we expect. A lot of these families that are experiencing that are at the lower economic, socioeconomic level. They're the ones that don't have even access, and that access is even going to get worse. And if we continue with any type of digital or distance learning, it's going to be tougher, because those people with the lives at home right now, they don't even know where their next meal is going to come from. They have other siblings they have to take care of, their adult parents there. There's stories out here that you just don't see and you don't hear. They don't have a voice. So we got to continue to understand that these folks are right here in our community suffering and not knowing where their next meal are going to come from. Hopefully the funding will come soon, but it doesn't look good. The whole system's been impacted, and we're still going to be a long time in recovery on that. So that's all I have tonight. And I'm sure that I'm looking forward to see what the task force comes up with, and appreciate the good meeting and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, in closing, I want to say to Scarlett, again, congratulations. You've been one heck of a student board member, and I just appreciate everything you've done for representing the students of the SAB and leading them in the right direction and being an advocate for them. I just can't commend you enough on that. And I just wish you the best in, your future college goals or whatever you're doing. And I look forward to seeing you next Thursday night. Mr. Reed, I'm on board with you about revisiting the SLIP program. I think it's something that's worth revisiting. If it's possible, budget allows, we don't know. We've got some pretty grim news today, but like I said, I'm always optimistic, and hopefully something will happen on that. As far as the budget, yeah, I'm concerned. We're in deep trouble, and I said this a couple of weeks ago, folks. We got bigger things to worry about, and I mean that right now. I encourage you to get in touch with your local legislators, your state representatives, as well as your representative in Washington, D.C. Talk up the CARES Act, talk up the HEROES Act. We need this help. And parents, we need your help too to advocate for us. And I mean, it makes no sense that we are the fifth largest economy in the world, but yet we're 46 in the nation in funding. So do the math on that one. And parents, I also want to address you, and maybe I need to say I'm sorry. Many of you think that we neglected you, we didn't listen to you. The comments that you made for not, and we're not going to take anything into consideration. I want to tell you that we are. And just like our next meeting, granted it's 2 weeks away, you'll get that opportunity. If there's task force and we need that parent input, I know we're looking into it. We want you involved. We got to have you involved. I mean, you know, these are not only our children, but your children too. I mean, we need the input from you guys. So I'm sorry if you're disappointed in the meeting. I'm going to try to make every effort to have each and every one of you heard in one way or another. And I mean that because I do want to hear you. The board wants to hear you. So please, we'll figure out a way to get our communication together. You know how I already feel about that. Email me, call me, call the district. If we have a Google sheet, write your questions there. We'll make sure that you get them answered. And I wish that we had a crystal ball and to look into the future to find out what the CDC or SCOE or the county or the state is going to say, but we don't have that. We've got to get that information. And I'm hoping and praying to God that you guys don't think that we're on the last train. We're not. We're trying to set a precedence and be way ahead of everybody else. And I know with the staff that we have and the committees and the task force that we're putting together, we're going to get that. As far as grading, yeah, I want to revisit that. I want to make sure our students are back in the classroom and getting properly assessed so they can be competitive and raise that GPA and earn that letter grade. That's what's important. And that's what's important to me. So with that being said, again, hey, when I'm wrong, I'll apologize. And if you guys feel like you were slighted, hey, I run these meetings, but you weren't. I will make every effort to listen to you, read your comments, and do whatever it takes to assure you that we are going to do right by your kids. And I mean that. With that being said, that's it. That's all for me.
Mr.
Good
Clark,
night. Yes, ma'am.
sorry, Ms. Niznik might have her final report.
Oh, you know what? Everybody's giving praises to Scarlett, and I got on my soapbox and started talking. Scarlett, I'm sorry, my girl. Your final report.
Thank you, President Clark. So yeah, I would love to extend my thank yous to Mr. Reed, Mr. Hoover, Mr. Short, Ms. Ranking, and President Clark, Dr. Cooligan, Ms. Kelly Goldsmith, and everybody on district staff who's been incredibly supportive of me this entire year. I mentioned this in my last meeting, but I admire and appreciate all the work and thought and care that's put into every single decision. I thank you for having me here, for supporting me, for listening to me. I'm going to take absolutely every single thing I learned with me to the next chapter. And on my final note, we were talking about parent surveys, and I would also love for students to be surveyed, whether it's middle school and up or 8th grade and up, whether it's sports, academics, or extracurriculars on the line. They also would like a say on how they view the opening of next year and grades and all that. And I can contact the new SAB president that we elect tomorrow and guide them through this project if it's something that's acceptable. And that's it. Thank you very, very much. And I'm sad it's my last meeting, but thank you again. I can't express my gratitude enough.
We need the Kleenex. Thank you so much. With that being said, meeting adjourned. Good night, all.